it is hype music as much for you as it is for me. Actually, probably more so for me. I have now officially done this. I don't know. How many streams have I done? Probably like 600. And I think probably 500 of them have had that song. And so therefore that is the start song. It's what else that's what I do. That's how I start. I also start with always something broken. It's tradition. It just happens to happen. Kids have autumn school holidays, so our schedule is a bit more relaxed this week. Very nice. Very nice. It is good to have some family time and some break time, and that's good. I know you got little kids, and so it's fun. And if the season is doing well, then obviously that means always looks pretty. Go out for a walk. We went out for a lovely walk, and we had and it was very nice, very nice. And it was a real boost. I should do that more often. Once every 3 months is not enough time, not enough walks. So excited for Reach to meet people and show them I am not the crazy guy in chat. But you are. We'd be the crazy guy live and in person. Is that better? I'm not sure that's better. But at the very least, we'll all be, we'll finally see how Zach really is. I'm gonna push all of his buttons. He's gonna snap. He's gonna smack me around. And then you all be like, oh, yeah, that tracks. That's why he treats Zach like that. I am super nervous, man. Every time, and this is no word of a lie, when I think of Reach, my stomach hurts. Every time. It's just, even now, I just said it, and I'm like, oh, it hurts. Compared to the rest, yeah, exactly. That's it. Crazy is... it's a measurement against other people. If you have a norm, and this is normal, regardless of how crazy the normal is, if you are not the norm, you are crazy. It doesn't mean, some people are very insane in a group, and you're the normal one, and they think you're crazy. I want to wear a shirt that has a picture of an egg. Then when I agree with someone, just point to the shirt nonchalant and say exactly. I didn't do a lot of interpretation there. Egg eachly. Good try. I'm pretty sure it's exactly, because that's the joke. Yeah, that works. You gotta get the joke right, man. That was the punchline. That was the one part you had to do. I get it. It's the autocorrect, man. I don't have to spell IRL. Better have a name tag. Better have a name tag that says Zach. Hi, I'm Zach. Otherwise, that joke won't land. Or it'll only half land, right? They'll be like, egg. Hard to be crazy as me. Last year, I stuck my armpit in the face of someone I just met and asked him if I smelled. All right, don't do that. Don't do that. That's note to everybody. Do not walk up to somebody, grab their head, stick it in your armpit, and be like, "Hi, do I smell? Remember my scent. You're gonna be around it a lot. Should we get separated, just give a sniff. You'll find me. This is what I smell like. I mean, it works for dogs. They have that gland on the back of their butt that secretes like their unique identification code. Maybe it works for people. It's a very intimate hug, is what it is. Yeah, you are, without question, you are memorable. You're that guy. You're like, wow. Now, I remember that one person. Remember they grabbed my head and they just shoved it in their armpit and they told me to give a big sniff. That was weird. What were their names again? I don't know. I ran screaming, so I didn't really get their name. And every time I saw them, I ducked around the corner. So I don't know. But I remember the event. I wear deodorant. I'm against the con stereotypes. Yeah. You know what? I've been to plenty of cons now. Three of them. And I had like anime and Comic-Con or whatever. And it's not smelly. You know what? Maybe Canadians are just cleaner. Maybe it's because we wear, we got thicker clothes, whatever. But nobody was smelly. Nobody was smelly. I didn't think anyway. Maybe I was smelly. Maybe my nose is broken. And yeah, shower every day. Dude, it's like being a content creator, right? There's nobody here to smell me. There's no one that can tell what I smell like right now. As long as I wash, you know, you don't know what's going on down here. You don't know how long it's been since I showered. As long as I kind of clean this up a little bit, give it a little bit of a brush, you know, you guys are no worse for wear. And it's starting to, that when depression was kind of setting in, and it's like, okay, things are bad. You know, it's like I'm like, wow, it's real. I just haven't showered in a couple days and I just feel crappy, you know. It's just, wow, this sucks. And I can totally see that if you're not in a good place, you know, and you're only at home and your life is online. Yeah. And then you leave the house and you're like, oh, well, you know, this is just me. The part is that I'm saying I should go take a shower before leaving for my flight since I've been up all night. But the guy said that I didn't smell and that should keep hanging out with everyone. That's nice. No, you're fine. It's good. That's me, actually. I got a cold. That's the issue. Straight to the dunk tank. That's what we'll do. That's the dunk tank. We're gonna fill it full of like suds, and like if you smell, we're gonna just dunk you. Like, okay, go. Now go dry off and change your clothes. So it should be fun. Like I know I'm gonna go and I know it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna be there with Snackerel. She's gonna have a good time. This is like her first big trip, I think. Really, we've never gone anywhere, just us two, that's for sure. So that'll be fun. There's a ton of okay, we're good. There's a ton of events happening. I'll be distracted. There's lots to do. I'm in charge of some stuff. I get to speak. I get it over with right away. I'm like we're like the first people to speak, so that's good. Like, it's a very good thing. It's just that, you know, there's so many things riding on it, and I feel like it's gonna be really nervous. I'm gonna be really nervous. Loom deodorant. There you go. I went all the way, you know, I had a huge flight and came out smelling like roses on the other side. Yeah. It's such a big event, you know. I think I'm probably overhyping it in my brain to the place where, you know, like if I screw this up, that's it kind of thing, which is not true. I know that's not true. Like, everybody there is nice. Believe me, God has been very clear with me where he is. They're on your side. They're on your side. Nobody wants to see you fail. If you mess up, it's fine. Nobody's going to hate you. Like, it's almost like I hear that on repeat because I have to. And it's such a temptation to just assume that people are going to, I just don't want to mess it up. Because I care about the project. I care about the event. I think I want to hang out with you guys. When I speak, I want it to be meaningful. And, you know, I think that's all really good. It's just gotta go do it, you know. And it's coming soon. How long? 4, 5, 6 days? Is that how we're doing? That's really close. Gonna duct tape an Axe body spray can on overnight, and then I won't need a shower. Yeah, well, if you... actually, you know what, that makes me think, you know, when you go to a con and you've got that person that's like got tape and like safety pins and like some double-sided glue or whatever, so that they can kind of help the cosplayers when they have an issue. They're like cosplay repair, the emergency cosplay repair people. We could do that, but like with you know, body spray and soap and you know, Febreze. Just walking around like a double holstering Febreze in one hand and deodorant in the other. It's like, hey man, come on over here. Okay, you can go now. Maybe have like a little like badge. You know, the BO police, the BOP, the RBOP, the Reach Body Odor Police, and their job is to kind of walk around like a sheriff. And if you're smelly, you know, they just pull you aside and they squirt you with Febreze and a little bit of scent, and they send you on your way. Exactly. I mean, literally, if you want to be on the nose, I'm sure they have egg-shaped things. Cosplay medics, is that what they're called? Yeah. You got Loom deodorant? Oh, did you really? I'm turning this off. That's a little breezy over here. I saw a hilarious clip of a dude spraying deodorant into a lady's armpit on the subway. You know, it had to be bad if he did. Well, I had two choices between topics today. Topic one was going to be sort of talking about main character syndrome, and you know, like what that looks like. And I saw a video of someone who was giving lots of different examples of main character syndrome. People who are on the subway playing guitar super loud. One dude, like, he had a mic on, and he's like, blah 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 blah, like on this in a subway car, just being just the worst. And then there was a bunch of other kind of examples, and so like that is very much a, hey, film me, I'm gonna go over to this lady, and you know, like it, which is ugh. but I decided, you know what, that's kind of, I don't want to talk about that. I don't think people that I know anyway on here struggle with that. If anything, we're all struggling with the opposite of that, is not appreciating ourselves and valuing ourselves and believing other people are actually care. At least that's my deal, and I think a lot of people would probably relate more to that than, you know, narcissism. And so we're going with, you know, how to communicate. That we're going to talk about a little bit about how to communicate. And that's where I think it's going to be really helpful, not only for content creators who are like, oh, good, but also just for people who want to meet people who want to, you know, get to know each other, make a friend. Like the 5 things that we're going to learn are universally human. If you want to make a good impression, no matter what you are, whether you're at a job interview or at a small group or, you know, public speaking or on stream, universal, because humans are humans and they all want connection. And this is how they want it. So that's what we're going to do. Before we jump into all that stuff, then we're going to do a little bit of weird stuff. I couldn't find I found 2 weird pictures and they weren't even that good. So I went and I looked for some weird articles, because I have a whole, you know, feed of like weird things in the world articles. Found some. We're going to be looking at some weird things. And then we're going to try Duet Night Abyss again. However, I was watching a video last night, because I'm like, it's like top tips for Duet Night Abyss, and it was legit stressful. In fact, I'm going to show you. I'm going to find it. I never think to do this before, but I'm going to show it to you so you can see what I'm talking about when it comes to why this thing was stressing me out. And in answer to the question 1,000 years above, how's your PC working? It seems to be fine. I loaded it up. It works. All of my OBS stuff wasn't shifted around. I'm streaming at the highest possible. Do you even notice? Is anybody like, wow, you're way crisper than usual? Nah, hey Liv, good to see you. No, I got a fan. So, and plus I'm in Canada, and like it's -20 out, like, or +2 outside. So unfortunately it's quite the opposite. Best looking 480p? How dare you, sir? I am pumping out 60 frames per second, 1080 high def. How are you not allowed to? You need to enjoy that. You need to be doing it better. I'm only pumping out 720. That can't be right. How old am I? I am below 50, but above 40. You only get 720. Hold on a second here. What? I'm gonna take a look. Not that I don't believe you, but like maybe it's you. Oh, dude, it's cold. It's cold. What am I running at? 720. I hate that. Why is it only 720? Oh no, I have to fix that. We're gonna fix it. I wonder if it's because I'm running enhanced broadcasting. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, no, I just went. You're in Canada too? All right, Liv. 360 because, yeah, packet loss right now. That can't be from me. It's got to be you on your side. Video output settings. I hit set to 1080. I swear I will send you a screenshot. I go to video, 1920 by 1080, output 1920 by 1080. Go to output. 600, all that stuff. Yes. Stream is proper. It's all set proper. It's got to be downsized by Twitch because I'm not a partner. That's the only thing I can think of, is that Twitch is doing it. Yes, I think that's exactly what's happening, is that I'm being transcoded. How dare they? South African wireless ISP. Yeah, okay, good. See, over in South Africa with the wireless, you're allowed, okay? You're allowed to have a little bit less frames, a little bit less resolution, but if you're in North America running on fiber, I better be at the highest res. Come on. Only 6,000 K per second. Y'all got more than that, usually. 480p 30 as source. Lies and innuendo. I wonder if that's because the enhanced broadcasting is messing it up. I'm gonna have to turn that off if that's the case. I will not. I'll take a look and I'll see if it's bad or not. Anyway, let's not talk about that. I want to talk about streaming stuff while on stream. I think we're doing fine. Computer good. We're gonna jump into oh yeah, what I was gonna show you that video. That's what I was trying to pull up. History, search my history, Duet. There, this thing here. Okay, I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. When this thing almost, basically it's going to make me quit. This is exactly what's gonna make me quit playing this game. I wanna show you. We're gonna go full screen, just so you can appreciate why I would say, you know, I'd start this game and go, I like this game. It sounds fun. It's got, you know, it's got waifus. It doesn't have gacha. That's a good thing. It's got a little story. Yay, anime. Watch this.
Instead, I'm just going to talk about the progression system, which is one of my favorites. Because they made literally every character and weapon obtainable via gameplay in Duet Night Abyss, a lot of us will probably spend most of our time doing co-op missions or farming for character shards in single player.
There's no
limits on how much you can farm or how often, except for the weekly boss limits, but I don't really count those because that's like a very small portion of the game. And if you want to be maxed out and very powerful, you will be playing a lot. Because there's more progression milestones in this game than there is Vivian R34. First off, you get the shards to create the character. Then you get 3 pieces to a weapon and a weapon blueprint in order to craft the weapon. Then you get shards for the character 6 more times to max their copies. You also have to max out the character's skills, which are each individually going to take a lot of items. Then you'll need to get copies for the weapon, where you'll need 15 more pieces and 5 more blueprints. And that's not even mentioning the demon wedges, which you'll want to collect 8 of for the character, melee weapon, and ranged weapon, which I forgot to mention, you'll want to build 6 of the same ranged weapon too. If the character has a consonance weapon, which is a weapon that comes with their kit, you'll want wedges for that as well. And if you max out a demon wedge, you can farm copies of it to push it past its limits even further, which in order to really take advantage of, you'll also want to enhance the different demon wedge tracks to allow you to slot more power-ups. Wow, Max, that really does sound like a lot of fucking progression. I'm not done. There are also genie mons, which are collectible monsters that can enhance your characters and teams even further by giving them buffs with a passive and activating their active ability to do damage or gain sanity or whatever they do. You can also limit break. So that I watched that last night because I was like, okay, I want to see some tips and tricks, man. That's what I want. Yo, DJ. There's no song, but we're doing it. I don't know why there's no song. Thank you. 250,000 points, my dude. I'm gonna write that down on my sheet of things that I'm supposed to write down on. One sec, hold on. I've got a sheet of people that I owe things to. Hold on, that's not it. There it is. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. DJ jumping in at 500. There's 500, right? That was the 500K. That's insane, my dude. That's insane. What's your streak at right now, DJ? Where's my pen? There it is. DJ. Dragon Flame. 500K. That's kooky, man. Oh, Hannah came up with something interesting in chat. She's like, or in Discord. She's like, you know, you can just give me the sticker when I'm at reach. I got a cool pen. You want to see my pen? This was handcrafted by a friend of mine out of like very fancy wood found on Vancouver Island. He made it. He's the one that like lathed it. He put it all together, bought all the little pieces. I love this pen. This was made for me. There's only one in the world. I love it. Trick died 3 days ago. 285. I feel. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that sucked because you had to go somewhere, or I'm a bad person. Well, I can't remember which. Yay!
It is kind of fun to have just the fireworks, although I do wish I had the music playing. We'll have to fix the music. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's a good one, Commissioner. I really like my pen. Thank you very much. Who was that? Who just did the 100K? That was Dragonheart. Dragonheart 100K. How do you not have the million by now? What? Is it because of the new, or did you use them all? Like, Dragon's been here for 5 years. Although you did have the bump where you had to change your username a while back. Did that really mess you up? Bummer. You're just wasting points. I just don't care. Okay, yeah. Wow, that's funny. Dragonheart. 100K. You mean like you just blew it on the sticker just because you had it? Oh, that's funny. I love that. No, he lost his account. He like his whole account got messed up. He was yeah, he had to change a bunch. I can't remember your first username now that I think about it. Only 58K right now, going for the 1 million points. It's so, as long as I'm consistent and I'm good for the next, I think, 5 years, we should be able to do this. Epic tank. Oh, is that supposed to be an emote? So I have, I'm excited. Thank you very much. So that's Dragonheart, DJ Shadow, and Hannah all putting it together. And I still owe Jones. I have Jones's letter that came here. I did send and then came back for I don't know what reason, because I sent him a picture. I'm like, did I get your address wrong? And he's like, no, that's my address. So I don't know what happened. Don't know what happened. I got 200 points because I tried to use them all every day, right? Well, that would do it. Although I turned off almost everything. There's almost nothing you can do. Just give it a reach, right? Yeah. Never really wanted stickers, and I still don't. Just wanted to waste the points because I thought it'd be funny. Hey, I'm gonna send you a sticker. Well, I mean, you could say no. I need your address. I got a notification for my 3 stream. That's gotta hurt, man. That's gotta hurt. 285 down to 3. That's a lot. Because if I stream 4 days a week, you know, divide that by 4 divided by 285. That is a lot of days in a row. Just bring the 1 million sticker to reach. I'm 330K of the 500. just give it to you there. Okay. I'll give it to anybody. I have a whole pile. Obviously, people get the 100K one a lot more than they get the 1 million one. And up for to share my address. Okay, dude. That was all right. That's cool for me. I'll scratch you off. 100K for nothing. This is 100K for nothing. For no reason. Just a flex on chat. I could blow 100K for no reason. Watch this. It is what it is. Go back to 285. I know. Hopefully I'll be on here for that long. They send out notifications now since you can watch some of the VOD you missed. Oh, to keep your streak. Oh, that I didn't know. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for everybody. Thank you for everybody who's sticking around, for the lurks, for taking the time to chat. It's especially considering, like, I was looking at my, if you go to read my Devo today, it was, a lot of it was the feeling like me kind of going, I know all this stuff is true. I know people are on my side. I know people, care. I know people are generous. I know God is my provider. I know all that stuff. I know it. And yet somehow I'm still, nervous about meeting you. I'm still nervous about the future. I'm still worried about stuff. And it's like, it's so dumb because it's like this cognitive dissonance of faith, understanding, and belief that my friends are my friends. And then this idea of, I should also be afraid of you, and I should also be nervous, and y'all are going to abandon me. We've talked about that before. The abandonment thing being part of my ethos and my issue. And when I look at the viewer count, it's not just, the viewer count. It's like, how do people love me on a scale of 1 to 100? Whatever the viewer count is, that's the scale, which is not a good way to look at it. Yeah, so it's, I mean, I am looking forward to meeting you guys. I'm looking forward to speaking. That's kind of where I'm the most comfortable, is going to be on stage, Elevated. Elevated. It's not elevated. This stage is a barrier, right? It's a buffer, right? Oh, it's off. Believe me, it's off, dude. It's off. I'm trying not even to hover over top of it. Magic 8 Ball will be better than stream numbers. To tell me if I'm cared for, yeah, probably. Especially how messed up it is these days, right? It's super messed up. But anyway, yeah. So we're gonna try Duet Night Abyss again after we have a chat about the weird stuff, and we have a chat about meeting people and connecting and whatnot, and then we're gonna see. I want to see what the story is. Might be fun. I kind of like the Kingdom. Can't remember the name again. The one with where Link goes and he just slaughters a zillion people, and Zelda just hordes of people. What is that called? Kingdom something. Anyway, I like that. That's kind of fun, mowing through bad guys like crazy. I love the fact that you get a gun. Hyrule Warriors, that's it. Yeah. I love the fact that you get a gun. That's kind of fun. I do like that. I like the fact that the animations are kind of cool. The environment looks pretty neat. I was not a fan of the constant buffering, and I went and looked up why that's a problem. And the idea, or at least the current thinking, is that it was on server side. There were so many people playing that the US server couldn't keep up. So there are some people who were changing to the European server, and it all went away. So it was something to do with the US server not having the beef to be able to deal with all those people. Hopefully it won't be a problem today. Maybe they fixed it. Maybe less people will be playing because they buffered like crazy. Who knows? All right, I'm going to turn on the video. We can talk about it. Pardon me. All right, and boop. This is what we're gonna be talking about is this is a video. It's from TED. It's very short. It's not that long at all, and it's 5 ways that you can communicate with people. It's for public speakers, okay? But when you see this, I don't want you to see how to do public speaking. What we're going to talk about is more along the lines of how to meet people. What is the psychology of making a friend or making good impression, or how do you build trust? How do you build trust in a person? And these are the ways. If you're a streamer, I want you to see this from the perspective of like that stream thing of kind of going, how do I incorporate this stuff into my stream to make sure that I am connecting to my audience? And then if for all anybody else, if you're a public speaker, it'll help too. But I think this is really good tips for how people work, and we can learn a lot from it. So let's do that. Let me know how the volume is before we get too carried away.
Exploring how to use your voice and body on stage will help you tackle the most important piece of giving a powerful talk.
Is it good? Volume good? Give me thumbs up for volume or thumbs down for volume. We good? Thumbs up. Okay.
Connecting with your audience.
If Swag's happy, I'm happy.
People aren't computers. They're social creatures with all kinds of unique traits. Your first job as a speaker is to build a trusting human bond with your audience. There are many ways to do that. Here are 5 suggestions.
So in all of it, like when you go to your first small group, when you go to a church, when you go to meet a friend, when you go connect with somebody that you want to, get to know better, when you step onto a stage, when you start your stream, what you're trying to do, especially as a Christian content creator, where it's not about, I want entertainment, or I'm trying to go viral, or I'm trying to whatever. You're trying to connect to people. I don't trust, I don't bond. Right? Well, okay. Yeah. Except for with Donut. This won't work with Donut because he's just no. But for everybody else, all the other people, is you want to build trust. I took sales training. I remember sales training a long time ago. I hated it. I hated it because it was this, but weaponized, right? How can you build trust quickly with people that you've never known before, that have never seen you before, as a salesman, so that they believe you when you say you should buy that thing? And it was really scummy. And I'm so glad I left that job. They were trying to make me a manager because, I was really good at the people part, and I was really good at like the computer part. What I wasn't good at was the sales part. And so they sent me off like, you're good at the rest of it, but you suck at selling things. So here, go learn how to be evil. And I remember sitting there being like, ugh, I don't like this. Like, ugh. My favorite one that they taught was the, what do they call it? 180 degree pass by was one technique. So you got a person who's standing here, and you're the salesperson. And so what you do is you walk past them on purpose, and then you turn around and say, hey, do you have the time? Right? Do you have the time? And they go, oh, sure. And they tell you the time, and you go, oh, thank you very much. Oh, what sorts of things are you looking for today? The action of asking for time lowers the guard of that person. And now you have somewhat of a relationship, as feeble as it is, because you now have something that you've done together. You've had an event together. And then the question, what sorts of things are you looking for today, is an open-ended question. If you go to every sales floor, you go to every Walmart, you go to every place, what do they ask you? They say, can I help you? Or can I help you find something? Or that it's a yes, no. You're taught in sales training, never ask a closed question, never ask a yes, no question. Always ask a question based on a response that requires thought or requires something other than yes, no, which is why what sorts of things are you looking for today is a much better thing. Could they say nothing? Yeah, but it's like, then you know that they're not here to buy anything. So, okay, you're not here for any reason other than entertainment to look at stuff. Okay, but they're going to say, well, I'm looking for, and then you can start that conversation. Oh, that's awesome. You know what? Let me help you find that. Why walk past them? Because if you approach them, hi, what time is it? Right? Exactly. You're not targeted. They feel less threatened. You were on the way by, and now they're doing you a favor. And now in order to return the favor, right? In order to return the favor, you are like, well, let me help you find the thing, right? Let me help you find the thing. It's how to build trust. And that's exactly what this whole thing is about. But the sales thing is the weaponized version. This is if you are trying to connect with people, especially quickly over in a stream or in community building or in a public talk where you don't see them very often. Here's 5 ways to do it. But it's a universal thing that humans want, right?
1. Make eye contact. Make eye contact with members of your audience right from the start of your talk and continue making regular eye contact throughout. Humans learn a lot about one another through eye contact. Our brains can detect the tiniest muscle movements in someone else's eyes. We use that information to figure out all sorts of things, like how that person is feeling and whether or not we can trust them. And while we're doing that, they're figuring out the same things about us.
I don't want to make eye contact scary. Some of this stuff really is a discipline. A lot of this is the choice to do it because you learn the behavior, right? It's if you struggle with autism, learning disability, communication issues, emotional, dysregulation, all that kind of stuff. One of the ways that you get over that, or one of the ways you cope with that, is by learned behaviors that don't seem natural, but actually work, right? So it's like, I know that I doesn't come naturally to look someone in the eye, but I also know that that is the way that humans communicate and are able to show trust. So if I'm dodgy, or if I'm looking around, or if I'm always looking at the ground, or if I'm, like ignoring that person trying to talk, like, like this, even though that's how you feel, if you do the eye contact thing, the reasonable amount, the North American version of look up, look around, look over, look around, look around, right? If you actually pay attention to it, it's really weird with the way the North American, when I'm talking, I look at you, right? This is me talking. I'm going to look at you, and I look at you. When you're talking, I look away. Right? I look away and I'm looking at other stuff. I paid, it said, look at, okay, emote, say I am listening, and then I look around. If you sit there and try to talk to each other with full locked eyes, one on the other, it doesn't feel nice. So in North America, anyway, we've established this sort of rule that if you're talking to me, you have to look around. If I'm talking to you, I get to look at you. If I'm listening, then I only have to check in sometimes. I don't know why, but it's what we've done. Same with calling someone by their name. Yes, using people's names. Yep. Or their honorific, or their title, or their, depending on how you want, what you want to do. If you want to distance yourself, you use a title, right? If you want to respect, or if you want to say, we're not friends, you are my teacher, you are my, I don't know, whatever. Or you use their name, and it's a more intimate thing. It's true. Yeah. I wonder, and I don't know if it's true, because but do you have to earn the right to use their name, or can you just use their name? I don't know. I'm bad at remembering people's names, so it's something that I'm bad at already. So that's why I call everyone dude, including my wife and children.
Scientists have even shown that when two people stare at one another, their brains start to adopt the same emotional state. So when we make eye contact, our minds link up.
Have you seen that experiment that one guy did, where he looked at someone in the eye and he said, "I love you," for like half an hour or something? Let's see if I can find it. Guy stares at someone, eye contact, says, "I love you," experiment. That's a lot. There you go. 2 years, 1 month, 3 days. 2 years. That's of content, right? That's of watching. All right. Where's couple who stare at each other for 4 minutes straight. Now, there's one dude who he literally, like, his whole thing was, I'm gonna do this experiment where I look at you and I just say, "I love you, I love you, I love you." And it was it was kind of weird to watch, because he started like crying. Like, he was like breaking down, and it was it's a very powerful thing. I saw one of the people ask each other a list of questions that end with eye contact with 5 minutes. Yeah, that one's fairly famous. My snack girl loves that. She loves that. The to fall in love with anyone questions. She's like, I use that just with my friend, my family members, just to get to know people, right? I want to know what they want. Okay, where is it? Even like, just do this. You said just do this. Where's the actual thing to do? What? Interactive website. Okay, here you go. 36 questions to make someone fall in love with you. I'm going to turn on some music just because we're talking about it. Let's see what happens. I'll make everybody in chat fall in love with me. Read one question aloud to your partner, then both of you answer. Swap roles for the next question. Answering all 36 questions should take around an hour, but time isn't important. I don't think Snack Girl's ever gotten past question 5. Like, it sparks such conversation that, they're like, all right, that was fun. And they're like, but there's 31 more questions. So what are they? Just for fun. If you could invite anyone in the world to dinner, who would it be? That it's funny, because when my daughter was doing this with me, I'm like, I don't know. Like, you mean anyone in history? Anybody? Do they have to be alive? Is it from all time? Is it, I'm allowed to do fictional? What's the rule? Give me say. And of course her answer was, there's no rule. It's meant to start a conversation. Like, all right. I was bad. I was really bad at this, because I think I wildly overthought it. I can't remember what my answer was. Yeah. Would you like to be famous? In what way? That was an easy one for me, because I think about this all the time. The answer is yes. And I want to be famous because I'm known to be an incredibly helpful person. That's what people are like, man, yeah, you should go talk to Al. You should go talk to Pastor Al. You should go talk to XtianNinja, because he can help. That's the famous I want to be. Not because I'm, whatever, super talented or whatever, just because I'm helpful. That's what I want. That's the famous I want to be. I know that question though. Who would you want to have for dinner? Like, invite for dinner? It's a really hard question for me, because I don't really care. Honestly, I don't care. One dinner, like if I go meet anybody, like for example, if I said a celebrity and they came over to my house, say I won a 2-hour dinner with some celebrity of my choice. I know that it would be contrived. That person would be on their best behavior. They don't care. They're just doing it for no reason. I could sit there and try to have a real conversation. Hey, let's talk about, faith. Let's talk about life. Let's talk about struggles. And they're not going to engage, or they're going to lie, or they're going to something, because they don't care, right? So having one person for dinner doesn't make any sense. And what's the point? I guess I just lost no faith in humanity when it comes to that kind of stuff. Not really my thing. I'm gonna stretch this out so it fits properly, so you guys can. There we go. I don't want to be famous. I would like to be known, because then I would be known as someone who is accomplishing the mission that God has put me on earth for. It's affirmation of the fact that I'm using my skills. Is it prerequisite? No, I'm the Christian ninja. I get that. My whole thing is helping without anybody knowing. But I have to answer the question honestly. You wouldn't do well with those questions either. Are you doing the questions with us? Isn't knowing your answers that what makes us fall in love with you? Yeah, exactly. It's the deep discussion. It's the thing, for actually, it could also just, you decide that you are completely incompatible by question 3. Like, who invites you to dinner? Well, Hitler, he's the best. Well, cool. I'm not going to fall in love with you. Goodbye. Third one, before making a telephone call, do you ever rehearse what you're going to say? Why? I have learned that rehearsal means nothing when it comes to human communication. You can be like, okay, we're going to do this, and it never works. You call someone to ask for help. You call somebody to buy something. You call someone because you're upset, or do you want to compliment them? It never goes the way you want. It'll always be on the fly. What if your calling is to be pastor, to be brought to Billy Graham? What if your calling is to be the pastor that brought Billy Graham to Jesus? Nobody knows the guy's name, but he did a great thing. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that I get the Christian Ninja thing, and I appreciate the Christian Ninja thing, and I'm happy to be so. Fine with me. Living in obscurity has its benefits, and I'm happy. What I lack, or what I'm missing, is the idea of feeling the usefulness, success, feeling the success of feeling useful, because I feel like I am A, not reaching my potential, and I'm B, not helping as many people as I could, and then I'm wasting their time. And like, I have all these, I'd like to know that people are getting help by what I do. It's hard to feel that, that you've done that. What constitutes a perfect day for you? That's a good question. Perfect day. I don't know. I was asked yesterday, day before yesterday, he said, sitting there, he's like, what do you do for fun? Because he's just kind of getting to know me. And my answer, I looked at him, I'm like, you mean like just me by myself? What do I do, like, for a hobby, or what do I do just for me, for fun? And I had no answer, because it's, when you live in a sense, with a sense of urgency, when you live in a sense of like emergency all the time, or as a, now single parenting now for quite a while, more or less, it's like, well, all of my time is either home stuff, kids stuff, emergency stuff, family stuff, work stuff. If I have 2 hours to myself, I don't think I'm going to go do a thing for myself. I almost always think, well, this is a time I could be spending with a kid, the time I could be spending cleaning the thing, or doing a project, or doing something that I need to do. I don't think of myself in that way. So a perfect day is hard to answer, because I'm like, I don't know what I like anymore. Video games, I only play on stream, pretty much only ever play on stream. It's not like I do them for I have been trying to do them for fun, but I'm really bad at it. Right? I absolutely rehearse what I'm going to say. My pet peeve is when my husband calls me into a room and hands me the phone mid-call and says, here, talk to so-and-so. When did you last sing to yourself or to someone else? About 3 seconds before I started stream. If you were able to live to the age of 90 and retain either your mind or body of a 30-year-old for the last 60 years of your life, which would you want? I don't know, man. The mind of a 30-year-old, assuming that what they mean is that you still know all your stuff, or you're as dumb as you were when you were 30. Let's assume what it means is that your brain still works, or your body still works. I would pick my brain. I like my brain. I don't want to lose it. Better is one day in your courts than 1,000 elsewhere. Yeah, that's a good one. Do you have a secret hunch about how you'll die? Heart attack because of stress. Easy. Heart attack because of stress. I've already felt the signs. Name 3 things you and your partner appear to have in common. We carry honesty. That number one is honesty. We both hate lying. That's one. And our children, love our children. For what in life do you feel most grateful? Right now, be able to do what I do. This is what I feel most grateful doing. I get to do it every day. There's nothing in my life that I think is more awesome than being able to jump on stream and hang out and do content creation and listen to you guys and read chat. And like, this is the best thing ever. I love it. I love it. And I think that's part of the reason you go back to the, feeling useful part, the first question, is because, losing this would be a big deal to me. It would be like really, really, really difficult because of how much I love it. If you were to change anything about the way you were raised, what would it be? Better eating habits. I grew up in a great home. Sports and support and kindness and love, and like I had a really good growing up. I think the only thing that we were really missing is sort of the relationship with food, a healthy relationship with food. I just grew up, we didn't have I had great food growing up. My mother's a great cook, but when it came to this is what you should do to fuel yourself, it wasn't part of the equation. Take 4 minutes, tell your partner your life story as much detail as possible. No. You want to read it? There, it's on my website. If you could wake up tomorrow having gained one quality or ability, what would it be? Quality. Physical attractiveness. Easy. I would ask to be physically attractive because I think it would help. I think it gets in the way. The way I look. If a crystal ball could tell you the truth about yourself, your life, the future, or anything else, what would you want to know? Will I be doing what I'm doing in 10 years? And then I can kind of settle in. If the answer is no, you could. I don't know what I would do with that. No, you live in a cardboard box behind Wendy's. Oh, okay. Bummer. Oh, thanks, Swag. I appreciate that. My wife grabbed my goatee when she was home, and she grabbed scissors. She's like, "Your goatee is too long." I'm like, "Okay, it needs shaping. I'm not gonna cut it off, but it maybe needs some shape." Okay, I'll get that far. Is there something that you've dreamed of doing for a long time? Why haven't you done it? I'd like to go somewhere on a vacation someday. That'd be kind of fun. I've heard other people do it, but I've never done it, and so therefore I think it'd be kind of cool to go to a place that I want to go to specifically for the purpose of experiencing that place. That would be cool. For me, I think it's Ireland. It would be number one. I'd like to go there and just kind of like chill out and look at the rolling green hills and the the locks and sit in a pub and listen to the music. It's like, I don't know. I grew up listening to the Irish Rovers, and I think it had a distinct effect on me. Other than that, I don't really want to go anywhere. Ireland doesn't have bugs. Whatever my wife thinks is correct. Exactly. What's your greatest accomplishment of your life? Being able to get to this point without being dead, drunk, or divorced. On the rocky road to Dublin. Yes, that's what I would love to see, like the little churches and go to the castles and things like that. I think that'd be fun. I don't think anybody in my family would like it though. Like legitimately, I don't think there's a single person in my family that would want to go. What do you want to do today? Well, I want to go sit in a pub and I want to read a book. What do you want to do today? I want to walk down that road and sit on that hill and just kind of look at stuff. And I want to just walk around these rocks and look at these rocks. Like nobody in my family would want to go. Your vacations suck. Yeah, it probably would. That's why I let you pick where we go. What do you value most in a friendship? The ability to sympathize. I think that would be it. Empathy. If I'm able to understand that someone that is my friend is able to go, I get it, I can give you space, or I get it, I'd like to encourage you, I get it, I'm going to, like you ask you some questions because you need to be asked some questions, or I'm going to leave you alone for a little while, I'm going to just send you one note letting you know I exist, but I know that you need some space. Like the empathy of understanding just the ebbs and flows of my life and relationships and crises and all that stuff, and being able to kind of ride that with me. I've had plenty of people who called themselves my friend who, when the road got rocky, went, "You are too much, I'm out of here. Your suffering makes me feel bad, so I'm not going to be here anymore." Or, tried to solve my problems through some like intense thing. "Oh, later, dude. Good to see ya. Thanks for coming. Bye-bye." Yeah, that. Empathy. What's your most treasured memory? I don't have any. My brain does not work. My brain does not work. It doesn't have memories of the past. Like, occasionally I get flashes of stuff. But when I grew up, I went through, like a ton of bullying, and then I went home and I watched TV. Like, that's not a memory. What? Star Trek is all the episodes of Next Generation considered a fond memory? What's a treasured memory? I mean, I guess I've had lots with my kids. I'm sure like the most treasured memory, I don't know, day to day. Like that's the thing about living in crisis, right? It's like you live hour to hour, moment to moment. You just appreciate the fact that there's nothing bad happening right now, I guess. I'm sorry. That's a bummer answer. I apologize. What's your most terrible memory? Nope, not telling that one. If you knew that in 1 year you would die suddenly, would you change anything about the way you're living right now? Nope, not at all. Not at all. I'd probably worry less about the the diet and exercise thing. Unless I was going to die as a result of that, and that was actually what brought it about, because it's whole, the time, whatever. But I would, be a lot. I would do exactly what I'm doing. I love what I'm doing. I love where I am. I love what I'm doing. I love all of this. Wouldn't change a thing. Plus, it wouldn't matter anyway. What am I going to do? Spend all my family's money? Like, what? Am I going to just leave? Like, take off? Like, no. We'd tell we wouldn't change it. I try to live like this could be my last year. This could be my last day. But I do. What does friendship mean to you? In a shallow sense, kind of like it means just the person that's there for a little while and then isn't anymore. That's usually what friendship is meant to me. The person who says cool things occasionally but then disappears. If I, for the real answer, friendship is someone who is willing to walk alongside. Simply walk alongside. What roles do love and affection play in your life? I don't understand the question. They are good, and if you don't have them, you'll starve to death and die. Alternate sharing, something you consider a positive characteristic of your partner. Share a total of 5 items. Well, so I take it this isn't for just meeting somebody, right? How close and warm is your family? Do you feel your childhood was happier than most people's? My home life was happier than most. Like, I had a great mom, great dad. Family was awesome. Like, all of that there. I had a rough outside the house life, but inside the house life was great. I know way too many people whose mom and dad were divorced or abusive or negligent or terrible. Like, way too many people that are like that. I didn't have that. I had a great mom and dad. Still do. Talk to them all the time. How do you feel about your relationship with your mother? She's the best person in the history of the universe, and that's easily proven scientifically. There's no one greater. Make 3 true we statements for each other. We are both in this room feeling. No. Complete this sentence. I wish I had someone with whom I could share. My work. That's what I wish. I wish I could share what I do with someone. Yeah. if you were going to become a close friend with your partner, please share what would be important for him or her to know. If you were going to be my close friend, important thing to know is that you're signing up for suffering. And that sounds morose and it sounds terrible, but the fact is, if you want to be my friend, it's a rough road. It is hard to be my friend. And you just like either buckle up or just recognize you're going to at some point burn out. So don't make promises you can't keep. Tell your partner what you like about them. Be very honest. Be very honest this time. Saying things that you might not say to someone you've just met. That's okay. I get it. You have to be. This isn't for people who just met, man. Like this is for people who've been around for a little while to maybe re-fall in love or that you are friends with or kind of thing. Like you really need to shower. Or you're kind of a jerk, or you're lazy and or you're messy and gross. Like yeah, you sometimes need to say that. But that's, you don't know that if you just met him. Share with your partner an embarrassing moment in your life. I remember when I was preaching one time and I got to the bottom of the drawer. And wait, what are you guys complaining about? Tell your partner what you like about, what you like about them. Oh, okay. I missed that. That's the part I like though, is the body odor and being a jerk. I remember one time when I was preaching, this is definitely TMI. But I remember one time I was preaching and we'd gotten to the bottom of the laundry and, you know, like at the very bottom where you're like, you got your emergency backup underwear that you just don't ever wear. And I was wearing my dress pants and I was standing up on stage, and in the middle of the sermon, I felt my underwear fall off in my pants. I was standing up there giving the sermon as I felt it fall down, and then all of a sudden it's kind of like be around my thighs, and I'm like, I am completely just dying right now. This is the worst feeling I've ever had. It's so bad. And I'm trying to preach and, you know, do, you know, and trying to pay attention, man. That's it, right? Like if at least the pants didn't fall down too. I mean, we had a nice big pulpit. I didn't have one of the glass ones, so that's good. Yes, big wooden pulpit. So at least that was something. But man, like, amen. And straight to the bathroom. When did you last cry in front of another person? By yourself? Cry? Probably on stream. Y'all probably watched it. By myself this morning. Tell your partner something that you like about them already. We already did that one. What if anything is too serious to be joked about? Hell. If you were to die this evening with no opportunity to communicate with anyone, what would you most regret not having told someone? Why haven't you told them yet? I don't live like that. I tell people. That sounds pious, but my life is as such that things can end very quickly and have. And so therefore I try to live without retrospect. I try to live without regret, because I never know when someone's going to die. Happens. And so therefore, yeah, I tell them. I don't have anything in the tank. Your house containing everything you own catches fire after saving your loved ones and pets. You have time to safely make a final dash to save one item from my home. All of our pictures are backed up on the cloud. Don't need my photo albums. That's what my wife would go for. She'd go for the box of the pictures that isn't in the photo albums. Like I said, I don't have many memories, so like everything kind of present for me. So pictures, I hate thinking my computer, but it's true. It's true. Is that bad? I feel like that's a bad answer. That I would go and I would try to rescue this PC right here. I'd run past the passports. I'd run past our filing cabinet. I'd run past all the family photos. I'd run past the all of my journals. I'd go past all of the nostalgia stuff that we've kept, all the things we built together, my entire library. I'd run past it and grab my PC and take it out. That's what I would do. And you know, dumb. It's not even because it has like everything is backed up on OneDrive. You know, it's there's no data that I would be missing. I just really like it. It means a lot. Like the computer, that was you guys bought that for me, right? You guys bought that for me during a time where I needed a miracle, and you guys all got together and you guys helped me out, and it showed up, and it means the world to me having that PC there. It really does. It's far more than just a white box of rainbows. It is the sign that very early in this career that people were, and God was willing to work through his people to help me out. Yeah, for sure. I guess that is a little bit of nostalgia, isn't it? All the people in your family, whose death would you find most disturbing? One of my kids. You don't pick. There's no way to pick. But any of the kids, easy. Share a personal problem and ask your partner's advice on how he or she might handle it. Also ask your partner to reflect back to you how you seem to be feeling about the problem you have chosen. A personal problem and ask your partner's advice on how he or she might handle it. Okay, chat. I'm currently struggling with self-control when it comes to time management and eating. Okay. Like I have, pre-prepared stuff. I've been cooking, whatnot. But when it comes to actually be able to kind of get back on the track that I was on for that 6 months before everything really hit the ventilator, I haven't been able to get back there. And I feel like I'm not using my time well. And so therefore I'm not sure if I'm wasting time, if I'm in recovery, if I am being, this is a time of where I can get rest, or if I'm just using that as an excuse to be lazy. And therefore I should just do it. Right. So therefore it's, that's my advice. That's my advice. Or that's my ask my partner's advice on how you might handle it if you felt that you were lacking discipline and you needed to, fix your general habits of health. And what would you do? Right? You say just do it, but I can't just do it because I haven't just done it. And that's it. And now we're in love. The end. Now you stare at each other for 4 minutes. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Probably wouldn't make good content. Are you crashing? Boop. Boop. How you seem to be feeling, a bit judgmental and expecting a lot considering the turmoil and change of your life right now. Yeah, but how long do you get to play that card, I don't even know how to answer this question. Honestly, it's just something I struggle with. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. And it take time. It'll take time. And it's just, I'm bad at taking time to do stuff, especially when I start feeling a little bit better. Like, cause that's happening right now. Like I've had like 3 really good interactions with my wife. We've had a good time. I've been doing good things and feeling better about myself and happier and working through stuff with God and like that's good. I feel better. My instinct immediately as soon as I start feeling better, like I get 1% in the gas tank. It's 1% in the gas tank, and I'm like, okay, let's go. I'm ready to go. And I know that that's stupid because I've done that so many times where I get that 1-2% in the gas tank is no longer like siphoning life out of me. Is actually starting to grow, and I just immediately jump in with both feet, and it just, then I'm in trouble again, and I just keep that pattern. You have to play that card as long as you have BS going on in your life. People only have so many spoons. Yeah, I suppose that's true. All right, let's keep going on the video. That was a long segue.
Lines link up. 2. Show vulnerability. One of the best ways to put an audience at ease is to reveal your own vulnerability. It's like a tough cowboy walking into a saloon and opening his coat to show he's not carrying any weapons.
If you're a streamer, if you're a content creator, this is something that I think a lot of content creators struggle with at first. Not necessarily the vulnerability of like their story or whatever, but the vulnerability of saying, you know, I'm still learning how to stream. I'm still learning how to make content. I'm still, you know, like my stuff isn't that good. And it's like you feel a sense of like apology, you know, like it's not a vulnerability, it's insecurity. And I think there's a big difference between showing insecurity where you're trying to siphon people's compliments out of them, and showing vulnerability where you're honest with your weaknesses. I don't know where the line is delineated there between sharing insecurity because you're trying to farm likes out of them versus being vulnerable because you want to be able to be relatable to them. You know, that's I think that it is a tough balance.
Everyone relaxes. Take this example from Ethan Lisi, who spoke at a TED-Ed Student Talks event in 2020.
Another common stereotype that is often associated with autism is that autistic people lack empathy. And again, this is not true. I actually have lots of empathy. I'm just not really good at showing it. Whenever a friend is trying to tell me some of the struggles that they're going through, I often don't know how to express my reply. And that is why I don't show as much empathy as my non-autistic friends do. Emotional expression, however much or however little, is difficult for me. And that is because I am bursting inside with every single emotion one feels at all times. Though, of course, I cannot express it that way. Otherwise, let's say happiness, for example, would come out as a huge burst of gleeful wheezing, hand flapping, and loud vocal woohoos. Whereas you may just smile.
The showing insecurity is farming for compliments. No, that's what I'm saying. There is a way that's what I'm saying. I don't know where the line is, because there is here I'm being vulnerable because I'm insecure, you know, in a good way to show kind of what's going on there, and to be relatable and also to be honest with you guys. And then there's I guess it's kind of like the same with the sales thing we talked about before, which is like I want to be your friend and I want to be helpful to you and I want to, you know, let's just, you know, whatever, versus I want your money. And I think the person who really knows where you're at and what your motivation is going to be you. People are going to instinctually be like, that person really is trying to, you know, that they just want compliments. They just want, you know, like pity. And it's, I think you'll start with, that person, you know, encouraging and whatever. And at some point you'll realize that person isn't sharing that stuff because they want to be relatable. They're sharing that stuff because they get attention for it. And I think that's more of an instinct thing than it is a mathematical, this is when to do that. I think the only one who will really know is you. Like I say, the thing I would probably save if my house is burning down, I had the opportunity to save one item, my Steam Deck. I know that sounds, yeah, man, I bought my computer. I took my computer, not different. Truth is, I could probably do photo and video editing on the Steam Deck itself. Plus, it's made for gaming, so that means I can do my job and get entertained in one day. Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, that's one reason I took the computer. Do I take the keyboard and stuff too? I like my keyboard.
Ethan's willingness to open up about something vulnerable helps the audience open up as well, allowing them to see him and perhaps the world from a new perspective. We feel connected. We're ready and eager to learn more. Sharing something vulnerable is a powerful tool a speaker can use to connect to an audience. But as with anything powerful, it should be handled with care. It is possible to share too much personal information in a talk in a way that makes the audience feel uncomfortable. Make sure any vulnerable moments you include are there to help support the message you are trying to deliver. If they aren't doing that, it's probably best to leave them out. Vulnerability.
That actually, when I heard that the first time, because I watched this earlier, I was trying to think how that would apply to a content creator, to a streamer. How would you know? Because it's in a talk. It's like, here's your 6 minutes, or here's your 12 minutes, your 30 minutes, 45 minutes. And it's really focused. Here's the topic, right? But usually on a stream, there's an ebb and flow, like through streaming, that you share and things happen. People come in and change the vibe, and they ask a question, and the game does something, or you do something, or like there's like you're always kind of like back and forth. And so trying to navigate that, I should share this story, I shouldn't share this story applies, you know, or whatever. I think that would be harder to do. And I think one of the reasons that one of the things you got to teach content creators, streamers to do is to be careful about what they share, because it's on the internet, because it goes out there, because people can misunderstand it, because they can use it against you. You know, there is that factor too. I was really bad when I was speaking when I was a pastor. I wasn't great at illustration. What I was good at was example, right? So whereas other preachers would be like, back in World War II, such and such happened, and da 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 da, and here's the story, and that's how it applies to the thing we're talking about. I would go, here's the thing we're talking about, and here's what it looks like in your life. Here's what it looks like in someone else's life. Here's how it feels. Here's ways that you would experience this. And that's the illustrations I would use, is that it is sort of the feeling or the sense of what it would look like IRL. And I just was never good at the whole illustration thing. It always felt like I was forcing it. You love my Stream Deck in a way that it's an amazing device. Yeah, Stream Deck is great. Yeah, I wouldn't have one because I don't play video games that way. But yeah, it's a pretty cool device.
Ability related to your message is powerful. Sharing something personal just for the sake of it is not. If you're not sure whether or not a vulnerable moment is appropriate, try your talk out on an honest friend. 3. Make them laugh, but not squirm. Concentrating on a talk can be hard work for an audience. Humor is a wonderful way to keep everyone with you. Remember Sophie Scott's talk from Lesson 1? If Sophie is right, part of the reason laughter exists is that it helps humans form bonds. When you laugh with someone, you both feel you're on the same side. It's a
That's true, right? And obviously everybody knows that. You laugh with somebody and you could be a friend. That is, you want to make friends, have fun with each other. Easy. But what it also does from a public speaking perspective, or from a trying to meet with people or whatever, like the whatever environment you're trying to make friends or build trust in, whether it be the job interview or friend or a small group or whatever you're doing, it also gives a mental break, right? People can only pay attention for so long, and they can only be serious for so long, and they can only be interested for so long. They need a reprieve. They need like a commercial break in the middle so they can kind of do an emotional reset. And one of the ways that you can help them emotionally reset so they can pay attention better is to meander off, right? Meander off, tell a joke, change the emotional flow, and then come back to it. People can have a really hard time like staying within that. That's why if you watch a really successful comedian, you'll be like, they'll go from really, really funny stuff to really serious commentary to really funny stuff to really serious commentary. Like often they'll do that. And the reason is because that emotional waves allows you to stay in tune with them, right? It allows you to kind of ride with them and not lose attention. Yet again, from audience perspective, it can seem rather manipulative. If it's manipulative, and again, that comes down to the same thing we're talking about with insecurity versus vulnerability, right? If it is manipulative, then that is. But I also think that it's really hard to tell jokes. It's hard to be funny. It's hard to, like, I think that I have a gift for being able to be funny within the context of certain things. Like I'll say something funny because of something that happened in a game or in a video or whatever. And but if you said, sit down and write a joke, I would have a really hard time doing that. It has to come from somewhere. And so therefore, if I wouldn't even know what it would be like to try to be manipulative through humor, other than going back to the comedian thing. Culture changes because you trust the comedian more than you trust the newsman. That's how we are right now, right? We don't trust the people in the news. We don't trust teachers. We don't trust parents. We don't trust politicians. people trust comedians. Makes you wonder, right? Why do they trust comedians so much? And probably it has to do with that. They make me laugh, but then they tell me something and I learn something. And in that wave of serious to not serious, I now believe what they think. I'm on their side. They've convinced me because of the humor part of it. Just make sure you're not slipping into the mindset of a multi-murderous squirrel. I think that sometimes you can do that, and it was fun.
Fantastic tool for building a connection. Some of the very best speakers in the world spend a lot of time building this connection in their talks. However, take caution. Spending a lot of time on funny stories while still delivering a meaningful message is difficult. It's not recommended for most talks, but if you can find just one short story that makes people smile, it may unlock the rest of what you have to say.
And again, that's true of when you meet people too, right? Say you're going to Reach for the first time, and you meet some folks, and you're standing there talking around there. You want to build trust. You want to listen. Part of that is listening to them, but it also has I will be vulnerable with them. I will, sort of take the time to share my heart, and also you kind of have a story in your back pocket for that you can bring out to relate to someone, right? If you can rehearse it a little bit, you rehearse it a little bit. Like I remember when, remember when I was growing up, this happened. Or I remember when I, when schooled and this happened and whatnot. And so you have a few that you can kind of tell us about yourself, right? Tell us about yourself. And you have a choice between either giving your resume or going, well, here's what I'll tell you about myself. I'm the kind of person who, whatever, and if you, that little bit of a story with a humorous bent will help ease the tension and build friendships, right?
4. Park your ego. Would you want to listen to someone who seems completely full of themselves? Nothing hurts a talk more than the sense that the speaker is showing off. If an audience gets that impression early on in a talk, look out. They will likely stop listening.
Mm-hmm.
TED speaker Salman Khan.
I was at a talk a while back. It was at a Promise Keepers event. And the Promise Keepers event, a guy came up and he was very well dressed, kind of like silk shirt, black pants kind of thing, looking like, and especially considering all the rough kind of guys that were there and like a bunch of bikers and whatnot. He came up to the front, and the first thing he did was he opened his Bible and he said, everybody turn to verse whatever. And I want you to scratch out this word in the Bible. And the sea of people, you heard tip, 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 as they closed their Bible. I'm like, well, that's it. I'm done. Nobody, he had lost everybody, right? He lost everybody immediately. And the reason wasn't because, like he came around later and he's like, the reason is because I want to, expand the definition of that word to show you that it means multiple more things and, the exegesis. But nobody was listening at that point. And the reason was because he basically came in and said, I'm smarter than every translator, than the Bible, than your preacher, and then God. Just cross that part out. Let me tell you the truth about everything. And everybody was like, well, then you don't have qualifications. You didn't come in humbly. You didn't come in as someone who's a learner. You didn't come in as someone who's a discoverer, who's sharing your discovery. You came in as someone who believes that they're smarter than God. And it's just done. Conversation was over.
Put it beautifully. Be yourself. The worst
Presentation
talks are the ones where someone is trying to be someone they aren't. If you are generally goofy, then be goofy. If you are emotional, then be emotional. The one exception to that is if you are arrogant and self-centered, then you should definitely pretend to be someone else. Ego can show up in a lot of ways the speaker may not even be aware of, such as name dropping, telling stories just to show off, boasting about your achievements, or making the talk all about you. Remember,
I said that just the other day. We were doing a Devo. We're talking about something. I don't remember my own stuff. And I remember saying, like, you're not, as a teacher, as a preacher, as a, someone who's trying to teach you stuff, you're not supposed to use yourself as a positive example all the time. Right. And the reason is because of this. They will think that you're better than them, or that you don't struggle, or that that you're not one of them. You're coming from above, and that you're perfect. You figured it out. And so therefore you must be superhuman. And they're all denormies, and like they can't ever be like that. And so I try to hesitate whenever I'm like, and this is how I did it, and I think I did it right, because it can work against you. Like, part of it is like, I want to share with you, this is a lesson I learned. I've messed this thing up, and then I've because I messed this up, I want you to know that I learned it, and here's how I did it right, and it worked out. But it can also come across as, I'm better than you. I'm better than you, and you guys are never going to achieve how holy I am. You got to be real careful with it. Dragon said, I had one pastor at a church I used to go to. I moved since, so that I can no longer go to that church. But either way, and that guest pastor said, and the next verse just crossed off. It's not important. And I was supposed to be taking photos of the whole event. I walked out and deleted every single photo from the whole event right in the middle of the event. Yeah, all right, I get that. Just cross out that. Yeah, I mean, literally, talk about not knowing your audience. Walk in and be like, oh yeah, delete everything from this part of the Bible. Like, no, what's wrong with you? Hannah says, I'm a Christian pastor. He didn't say that. She's quoting someone. I'm a Christian pastor. Therefore, I obviously believe that the word of God is complete and infallible. Also, that pastor, let's remove this word from scripture and fit in my agenda. And so I am an exegetical preacher. That's what I was, which basically means you go through the Bible word by word, verse by verse, explaining it in minutia, what the original intention of the author was, what the context was, what the the immediate context is, what the word meant, and then what it means today. Like that's what you do. And part of that is to go, especially if you're using a modern translation or something, and you go, well, like, here's the word that the verse is using. In the Greek, it means da da da. And part of that, is because they're trying to use contextual stuff in the NIV, or they're trying to be word for word in other translations. But the meaning of that word today, since they translated that, however many years ago, and here's let me give you what the vibe of that word is by giving you the definition and how it would have been used a long time ago. And it's part of it, right? It's just to say, like, that word, whatever it is, like love is a great example. Love, love your brother. Really important that you understand what that word is. So you could technically say in a sermon, cross that out and put be deeply committed to, because it's the word agape, right? Sacrificial love. So it's more than what it says. But if you start with cross it out, you're gonna be in trouble. What you're trying to do is write in the margin and remind yourself that word means sacrificial love. That's what that means, right? It's a know your audience thing. If I remember, he said the words he said was how Jesus said, hate your wife, hate your kids, hate your life. And next verse he said to cross out what was in comparison. Oh wow, interesting. That's not quite what that means. That's a comparison thing, but we're not going to be talking about that right now. We got something else to talk about.
Remember that the purpose of your talk is to gift an idea, not tell everyone how great you are. Still, these things can be hard to catch yourself on. Every leader needs someone she can count on for honest feedback. Someone who's not afraid to tell her the truth about how she's coming across, even if that's difficult to hear. A good way to know whether or not your talk seems boastful is to read it for that trusted person. Give them the chance to say, that was great in parts, but honestly, you came across a little full of yourself.
You sound like a tool.
5. Tell a story. We're born to love stories. They create interest, empathy, emotion, and a sense of mystery. They can help an audience understand why a topic matters to you. Encourage them to care about that topic too. Powerful stories can be great at any stage of a talk. A great way to open, a great way to make a point in the middle, and sometimes, though less often, a great way to end. The stories that work best to connect with the audience are the stories about you personally or about the people close to you. Tales of failure, awkwardness, bad luck, danger, or disaster, when told honestly, can really hook an audience. They start really listening.
And it has to be authentic, right? It has to come from you. It can't be made up or it can't be exaggerated or whatever. Because if you get caught in that, all of a sudden, everything you said, no matter how true it was, all of a sudden that's the credibility of that is deleted too, because your story was fake, right? I remember there was a guy how old is anybody old enough to remember Mike Warnke? Probably not. It's probably not. Mike Warnke was an example of a guy who great comedian, great speaker, great, like really good at what he talked about, had a super intense testimony, talked about, demon possession and how he came from Satanism and whatever. And just turns out like what he was saying was fake, completely false, completely just made up. And it did, regardless of how good his illustrations were and good his comedy was and how good his gospel presentations were, all of a sudden all the tapes just go in the garbage. Same thing with Bill Cosby, right? Doesn't matter what else he said. Books are in the garbage, everything else is in the garbage. Because why? Because it turns out your character is bad. You're a liar. Right, and therefore you're done. So you got to you need to make the story true. Jeff says, I will sometimes say during a sermon, English is a terrible language. It's not even a real language. It's 4 languages stacked up wearing a trench coat. The word here means that's right. It's not even a language. Yeah, we've stolen from everybody. Just an amalgamation of it's 4 languages wearing a trench coat. It really is. It really is. It is a betrayal. Yeah, it is. Hey, Jim.
Start to share some of your emotions. They start to care about you. They start to like you. But be careful. The stories you tell must be authentic to you. Again, stories that seem boastful will push an audience away. Ask yourself, is it the real me telling this story? A good test is to imagine whether or not you would tell the story to a group of friends. If so, how would you tell it?
Because they will call you out on your BS if you're lying to them. Yeah, very, very true. And I think one of the things that some speakers or people or whatever they try to shoehorn a story in. Right, we've all known, and you can ask Jeff. Sometimes you find the story in the illustration before you have the sermon, and you're like, "That's a great story. I need to find a sermon for that." And that is the exact opposite way to do thing, right? It is not how you want to do it. It is really hard though, because you're like, "Man, that's a good story. That really proves a point. I'm going to try to figure something out there." But yeah, if you don't do that, right? But it's but when you finally you're like, hey, wait, that story that I remember from forever ago kind of fits. It's like gold. Yeah, you got to keep me. Yeah, you got to keep me in a file. But yeah, it's a big deal to share the story. But if you try to shoehorn in a story, people are going to be like, why did he tell that? What? And that you'll lose them. So it needs to fit. It does need to fit. And again, go back to being a streamer, right? When you're talking, pausing and sharing a story from your day, a story from your life, a story from, what your past, a story from, or even a story of what you were planning and what you wanted to do. All that stuff builds character, builds vulnerability, builds relationship, and allows other people to open up too. One of the things that's powerful about stories is it makes other people tell their story. So when you're standing there in that group at Reach or whatever, and you're like, yeah, well, I remember I came here and I was at the airport and, this weird thing happened and it was pretty funny and silly. And then all of a sudden, like someone else goes, oh, I also have a story, right? Because sharing the stories opens up the vulnerability and the permission for someone else to tell a story, which means you can build a relationship on that because now you have a shared experience. Nothing wrong with you. Yeah. It's good to have a story in your pocket. When I first started preaching, the best advice I got was imagine Jesus standing at the back of the church with his arms folded. Okay, now why did you tell them that? That's a little intimidating. But it's very similar to the advice that I was given in preaching class, which was every sermon needs to have a so what. If you've written 8 pages, if you've given a 30-minute talk or whatever, and at the end you're like you imply that person coming up going, okay, so what? Like, what do I do with that? How does that help my life? How does that change my perspective? What do I do with that information you just given me? How do I apply it during the week? Or how do I apply it to my relationships? How do I apply that to my understanding of God? How does that change my ability to read the scripture? Like, so why did you say all that? Right? That's exactly, why did you tell them that? So what? And so that, like, I heard that very, very, like when I was training. And so I always tried to write to make sure that when I'd reread it and I'd reread my sermon going, okay, why did I say that? Sometimes I had to delete half the sermon. Just gone, because it was just me saying things. Sometimes they were good things, interesting things, accurate things, but they weren't necessary. So they had to be deleted. I didn't want to be fake, but I did fake stuff in the past, which was dumb. I was trying to fit in. Yeah. And when I first started preaching, it was sort of similar in that I didn't know who I was or what I was supposed to be doing. And so I tried to be everybody else, I'd be David Jeremiah. I would be Charles Stanley. I would be Mark Driscoll. I would be, that's who I wanted to, that's real preaching. So therefore I'm going to try to sound and write like them. It took a long time before I realized that God had called me to be a preacher to a group of people that is sitting in front of me. And it's okay to not try to be someone else.
Friends are good at knowing when you're trying to be someone other than you. And so are audiences. Be yourself and you won't go wrong. The suggestions and tools in this lesson should all be used as part of a real desire to connect to your audience. It's that
That's another part too. You have to care. You have to care about what you're saying. Otherwise, nobody will care. That's why if you ever have what's a good teacher is one who cares about not just you as a student, but cares about what they're teaching. They actually do believe that you learning this is important, that this is, critical. And once that you have established that, this is important to me and I really do care about this, I want your life to be better. So that's why I'm teaching you this. All of a sudden you have that connection to kind of go, oh, they're not doing this because they're forcing me to learn something. They're doing this because they want me to be a better person or to be more successful or to learn something about myself. And therefore they're a great teacher because they care about what they're teaching. Same thing with all this. If you're going to give a talk or if you're going to be a part of any relationship, you're going to be part of anything, valuing the person, valuing the environment, valuing the reason that you're there, valuing the company that you are trying to get hired at, showing that you really do value this situation. Is not just, I'm just here for no reason, give me a job. It's, this place is kind of cool. And I want to work here because, you guys have a really good reputation and I've heard some really good things and just some exciting stuff happen. So therefore I want to be part of this, showing that you value it, whatever it is, that person that's sitting in front of you at reach, right? Like, oh, that's cool. You know what? You seem like a really neat person. Tell me something, like explain to me or say something that only they could say to draw out of them some value. All of a sudden you've got a really good relationship there because they now see you not as someone who's friendly, but someone who is their friend. That's one of the reasons that I talked about this a couple weeks ago, or maybe last week, that I was really hurt by that person when I was at a conference and it was a bunch of streamers and whatever walking around. And I sat down and I talked to them and I shared my story, got vulnerable. And they said, oh yeah, that's, I have to get going, but I'd really like to continue that. It seems like there's a lot going on. And I would like to share a lot, share my story too. Cause I've got, a really similar to that, and then heard nothing back, never contacted, didn't even find me on Discord, like literally nothing. And I felt that they had been merely saying the right thing and they didn't mean it, which hurt my feelings. Why did that hurt my feelings? They had said the right thing. They said that it mattered. They said that they had a story. I should have been able to walk out. But because of the inauthenticness of it, because of they didn't mean what they were saying, it all of a sudden just deleted all that feeling and it flipped it on its head to, wow, were they using me? Did they like, was I entertainment? Were they trying to dig for something? Like, because they didn't follow up, all of a sudden all those emotions come forward. It's the same thing if you're in speaking or if you're doing any of that kind of stuff. You have to care about why you're saying what you're saying, and it has to be valuable to you. Mean what you say what you mean.
connection that's important. You're a human, and your listeners are humans. Think of them as friends and reach out with your gift. Continue your quest to share your ideas with the world.
Did you reach out to them on Discord? Yes, I did. They didn't get back to me. They didn't get back to me at all. Yep. Actually, I think they sent like one word or something like that. Busy. I can't remember what they said, but yes, I did reach out. But it was definitely what I said at that con was not true. Okay. So that was that. Does anybody have anything they want to share when it comes to that, or ask questions, or say something? It is a really, it's an important thing for us to recognize that universally people want you to be authentic, be who you are, be vulnerable, be honest, be interested. And if you could do that, no matter where you go, you're going to have people that are caring, that you can show care for and that you build relationships with. It's when you are lying, or you are prideful, or when you are aloof and don't care, or when you are you demonstrate that the environment isn't somewhere you want to be, then you turn out to be a jerk. That doesn't matter how rich you are, or how cool you are, or how anything. If they see that you don't care, or you are too good for them, or you are a liar, or you are faking it, or you are, being opaque in your stories or whatever, it immediately, I don't want anything to do with that person. You just be done. Like, they don't ever want to talk to you again if that's your first impression. Be vulnerable, be open, be honest. Yeah. Does anybody have anything they want to say about that, or should we jump into some of the weird stories of the week, of the last little while here? I've got some doozies that are kind of interesting, but I don't want to leap forward too fast. Okay. We're gonna do a few. This is I got a bunch of these. They're all kind of from the same website, because I found a website that had a bunch of these stories all at once, and they're fairly new. This is October 24th. Like, they're fairly new. So I thought that maybe we'd share. This one is rope-free bungee jumping from the world's highest bridge sparks online controversy. Rope-free bungee jumping. So you don't have anything tied to your ankles. You're just jumping off of a bridge into what you hope is a net. And that is terrifying, for one. Yeah, it's a big note for me, for sure. It is not bungee, it's just jumping. I agree. No bungeeing. I think the bungees are attached to the tarp. Yeah, I would think, exactly. It better make it easy to aim, not on a windy days. A ropeless bungee jumping attraction from the world's highest road bridge has been suspended before its inauguration after videos of safety tests sparked fear on social media. After making news headlines as the world's highest road bridge, the Grand Canyon Bridge in Huajiang was again in the news, this time for controversial attraction that challenged daredevils to jump from the bridge into a rainbow-colored net to avoid falling into the river 625 meters or 2,000 feet below. That's a mile. Isn't that a mile? How many feet in a mile? It's not a kilometer. Half a mile below. Footage of the safety staff dropping sandbags of various weights into the net as part of safety testing went viral on Chinese social networks earlier this month, causing concern among the general public. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Is this an image of it? Yeah, there it is. Big old bridge. And they wanted to set it up here, and they're doing so that's the test. Oh, it is on the bridge. Okay. Oh my word. I don't know who would like that. Like, you're just falling off stuff. I don't think dropping sandbags is an effective safety test. I mean, you are heavy. You are heavy. So, like, you hitting it is going to be a thing. The problem is with humans, the way we land really matters. Like, you land face first, or like on your back a little bit weird, or your arms something, you smack yourself or something. Like, you could really injure yourself if you don't land properly. Now, granted, I would imagine the only people who are going to do it. Sorry, that's funny. Atomic Potato just said China has historically struggled with overpopulation. Yeah. But I imagine the people who do this, know how to land theoretically, but then people are dumb, man. That's barely a drop. Put it at the bottom of the valley and let me know. I know, right? Well, that was just a test, man. They're just testing off to the side. They couldn't just dangle it out in the middle of nowhere because there's traffic, and also because they got to go retrieve the sandbags. How do you get out of the rainbow thing? I don't know. This all sounds like a terrible, terrible idea. Adrenaline junkies. Yeah. All right, so this is interesting. Listening to the world's sweetest melody makes chocolate taste better. A sound expert at the University of Bristol in the UK created a special song designed to enhance the sweetness and intensity of chocolate. The sweetest melody is the result of over 60 years of scientific research into a phenomenon known as... Are you leaving, Jim? Bye. Multisensory integration, where taste and hearing influence each other. Apparently, music with soft melodies and major keys can enhance the sweetness and silkiness. Sharp notes highlight bitterness, and fast-paced music is more suitable for pairing with fast food rather than dessert. Knowing this, a sound expert at the University of Bristol teamed up with UK chocolate brand Galaxy Chocolate to create a song that makes chocolate taste better. You want to hear it? Here is the song. It's not very long. No, not too bad. This is the song. And see, this I would do. Yeah, do you listen to the song and here's some chocolate? Yeah, I do that. Yeah, what if you have to listen to the song now, or chocolate tastes bad? MSG. We can do this with chemicals. We don't need no YouTube video. No, I say the other thing. This song is too long. I've already eaten 3 chocolate bars by the time this song is over. Yeah, report back, Dragon. There it is. That was the sweetest melody that'll make your chocolate taste better. It says the 78 beats per minute track aptly dubbed sweetest melody, 90 seconds long, which is the time it takes chocolate to melt on your tongue. Okay? Apparently that's why they picked that. So you put it in your mouth and you leave it there, which is definitely not something I do with chocolate. I can't imagine holding chocolate for 90 seconds. That's so long. Yeah, all natural things are made of chemicals. That's how that works. We should test this at Reach, but with different songs. See if chocolate tastes different. There's some science for you. Here, enter Sandman. Have some chocolate. Piano for sweetness, strings for smooth finish, a harp for smoother, more pleasing texture. Galaxy Chocolate claims that the song transformed chocolate into from a simple dessert into a symphony of the senses. All right. I mean, sure. Weirder things have happened. We are a multisensory creature. You plug your nose when you eat something. You can't taste it as good. right? Everybody knows that the presentation of their food can affect whether your enjoyment of it, right? I could serve you some delicious tasting gray slop, and you're not going to like it nearly as much as if I give you a rainbow of awesomeness that tastes a little less. You'll like the presentation better, just the way humans are. So why wouldn't the auditory sense also lend itself to helping things taste better? Why not? Like the crunch, I like the crunch. I like the I don't know, the pop rock sound kind of thing. To be compared to chocolate eating slowly without music, as well as a different song. Yeah, sit there for 90 seconds quietly with the chocolate in your mouth. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. I swallowed it. Can I have another one? Start the timer again. Nope, I swallowed that one too. Give me another one. I promise this time I'll get to 90 seconds. That's exactly how that would go with me. Scammers make a fortune selling AI-created miracle prayers to gullible believers. Brazilian police recently arrested 35 people in connection with an elaborate scam that involved selling people AI-created prayers for an average of $10 per prayer. I don't know how this works. The scam ring operated out of Nilópolis. Is the owl. I really am. A 1, 2, 3 crunch. Yep. Enter Sandman would make chocolate taste better. What are you talking about? Yeah, how do you know how you sell a prayer? I don't know. In Brazil's Baixada da Fluminense region, for 2 years before finally being brought down by police, its members ran a sort of call center that contacted Catholics via phone, tried to learn as much about them as possible, and then sold them AI-generated personalized prayers capable of curing illness and improving lives for around $10. Some of the victims were so impressed by the prayers, they heard that they paid for several others after that. Many people, moved by what they believed to be spiritual gesture, paid larger sums, convinced they were receiving supernatural help. Yeah, you could do this. Is something you can do for free. You can do this for free. Artificial intelligence has the potential to improve the lives of billions. However, they scammed hundreds. And that, I guess that's the scam. The scam is that if you pray this, you'll get better, right? However, the within many churches, many religions, How? That's so odd. I'm sorry. I don't know how I did that. But this is, the scam itself is the selling of the prayers and promising that they're going to do something. Right? Within many religions, there are, the AI heard and muted me. Within a lot of religions, there are ways that you are told, if you do this, you will get. So like Catholicism, for example, you walk into a big church, they'll have statues with like little coin slots in boxes. And it's basically, if you have this problem, go to this one, give them $6. And then you will, the prayer your prayer will be heard, and you'll be able to, experience hope, healing. Maybe it is the same thing, right? It's the same thing. You go to other places, like for example, every anime ever, right? You throw the little coin in there, you ring the bell, and that way I can have a good new year. You go and open the little pamphlet after donating, it'll tell you what your fortune is. And that's what's going to happen. So I don't know why this would be a scam compared to other ones, right? Because those are also scams. Even though it's run by the Catholic Church, even though it's run by some Japanese temple, it's still a scam, right? It's a lie. It's not what God said. It's not how things work. It's no different. Once the victims were on the hook, the call center operators continued the deception over the phone, trying to sell them miraculous prayers capable of saving their lives. Did Simon the Sorcerer not get yelled at? Right, John Tetzel. Yeah, exactly. We talked about Tetzel yesterday. It's funny. That came up. The 35 suspects in this case have been charged with fraud and criminal conspiracy, but the police have requested that victims continue to report to Nilópolis police. So that's interesting because, again, I look at this and I go, yeah, well, There are a lot of religions out there, a lot of people trying to sell stuff. Heck, just doesn't Scientology have some kind of special thing, like special machine that they connect you to check your alien vibe, and then, you know, tell you that if you do certain things, your life will improve, that you believe, and then all of a sudden you're a Satan or whatever. Like that's a thing. Like I know that I think it's Mormonism, you have magic underwear. That's, and I'm not even making that one up. That's just true. That they have, you know, there are all kinds of stuff. Like you have to wear this, and if you don't buy this, and if you don't get this, God's not happy. That's so many religions, other than, you know, actual Christianity. Mormon magic underwear is really interesting. If you want an interesting little study, go look that up. People shouldn't believe in this stuff in the first place. Yes, God can do miracles, but he doesn't need our money. And exactly, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense to pay for miracles. You know, Simon the Sorcerer, good story. Yeah, exactly. Weird. An old Chinese woman was recently hospitalized after swallowing 8 live frogs to treat back pain caused by herniated spine disc. Yeah, look it up. If the magic underwear doesn't wear out, I'd be interested. Look it up. I'm not gonna do it here, but it's a real thing. I've had Mormon friends, and they're not even like it is some weird looking underpants. It's yeah. Go ahead, do your own study. When suffering from back pain, most people will take some painkillers, maybe use some ointments or see a doctor about it. But an old woman from Hangzhou in China's Zhejiang province decided the best course of action was to swallow 8 frogs alive, after hearing a rumor that swallowing live frogs can help relieve back pain. It gets better. After she heard that, the woman asked some relatives to catch some mid-sized amphibians for her, but didn't tell them what she planned to do with them. She proceeded to swallow 5 live frogs one day and followed that up with 3 the next day, and it wasn't long before she started to experience excruciating stomach pain. You don't say. No, apparently that's one of the features. It doesn't do that unless you're a heretic, and then it just disappears, and then you're in real trouble. At first, she only felt a slight discomfort in her stomach, but the intensity of the pain increased over the following days. It was only when she could no longer bear it that she confessed to her family that she had swallowed 8 live frogs. Dang, that's a good way to, you know. Oh wow. Swallowing live frogs damaged the patient's digestive system and allowed parasites to enter her system. A doctor told reporters, adding that the patient had become infected with Spurgeon tapeworm, a parasite commonly found in people who eat or come in contact with live frogs and snakes. Do not eat live anything. You'd pay me to swallow a dead frog? And not a live one, and not 8 of them. Yeah, there's got to be some puns here somewhere, right? I mean, if you're gonna, if you hear that one works, why wouldn't 8 work better? Ransom said underwear that consecrated Mormons are required to wear, not officially magic, but some Mormons believe that it protects them, hence magic. Yep, hence magic. That's messed up, dude. Don't eat frogs. Golly. I don't even like. It's riveting. The story is riveting. Okay, you guys work on that yourself. The wings though, I don't like frog legs. I've had frog legs a couple times. They're gross. Just not a lot of meat. It's just really don't like it. Frogs are friends, not food. Yeah, there's a good. There's your t-shirt of the day. There's your t-shirt of the day. I love that. A serious sore throat. Well, you think she'd be a little. Well, there's got to be a frog in her throat. I'm surprised she didn't croak. All right. There's one. That's a good one. Disco Bear's got something. Don't eat frog. Don't even lick him to get high. Yeah, that's a good way to die. Speaking of putting things in your mouth that shouldn't be there and things in stuff that shouldn't be there, Brazilian ant-infused cheese proves to be a massive hit. Tata Silvana's unique cheese made by a single producer in Sao Paulo's Caçapava municipality? I don't know. I wish they wouldn't make me say the names. Who thought mixing milk with native leafcutter ants would be a great idea. Kermit is that. Yeah, so is Miss Piggy. Camilla, the owner of the founder of the place, came up with the cheese while brainstorming ideas to attract tourists interested in rural attractions. She wanted something that really made her region stand out and remembered that the people of the area had long been eating leafcutter ants as part of local cuisine. Since her farm produced cheese, she decided that adding a few toasted ants to one of their best cheeses would be interesting, and she was right. Today, her cheese is known all over the world and has won several international awards, including in France. Yeah, maggot cheese. No. I shall pass on ant cheese. At least they're toasted. Like, if you didn't know, like if they didn't say this cheese is made of ants, right? And they toasted it. Those are some big ants too. Like, those got to be some fat looking ants. And it's like, this has, you know, I don't know, almonds in it. And you like ate it and you're like, oh, that's a weird taste in almond. But cheese is pretty good. You probably wouldn't notice, but if you're like, oh no, we just cut halfway through an ant and this is, you know, that's the exoskeleton, this is the goo on the inside, enjoy your cheese. No. Brazilian indigenous peoples have consumed the ants for centuries. One writer called them Brazilian caviar. No. Nope. That looks so bad. I don't know. The big lumpy. I don't like it at all. Nope. How much is it? It sells for $38 a kilo. That's not a bad deal. That's not a bad deal for what you're getting. Okay, let's keep going. It looks, I don't know, it doesn't look like mold. It looks like I would assume like a nut, like kind of a cut through nut, or like a big old bean. The most expensive burger in the world right now costs $11,000, and you can only get it if you're invited. The Asador Alpo restaurant in Spain serves the world's most expensive burger. It costs $11,000, and you have to be invited. Burgers have gotten considerably more expensive in recent years, but they remain among the most affordable food items in restaurants. There are a few exceptions, though, the most notable of which is claimed the title of world's most expensive burger. Thought up by the chefs, this exclusive treat reportedly took 8 years of research and experimentation to develop, and its exact ingredients remain a secret. Well, at least it's not something they just throw gold leaf on. Wait, that is. Hold on, we'll get there. I can make you a burger and charge you $20,000. Yeah, maybe. Is it good? All we know is that the burger's heart-stopping $11,000 price tag isn't linked to gimmicky and meaningless ingredients like edible gold. Okay, there isn't edible gold, but to quality ingredients, a unique dining experience, and exclusivity. I mean, there is a most expensive everything, right? It's somewhere in the world there's the most expensive whatever it is, by virtue of the fact that people pick prices. I can do a burger in an hour. Yeah, it'll only cost you $1,000. Well, you know what? I don't know what's in it. I think it's cool to me anyway. Thought is that it's better than when they take normal pizza or normal burger and sprinkle like gold leaf on it, you know, and then serve it with an exclusive vodka that costs like $1 zillion, but it had nothing to do with the burger, right? Well, exclusivity, right? I'm the only one eating the burger ever. This is the only one ever made. It's made of dinosaur and like that one flower that grew on the top of a mountain somewhere and only blooms once every 100 years. Yeah. These are the people who buy duct tape bananas. Yep, it's probably true. Although a good burger is yummy. If I had, you know, my zillions of dollars and someone's like, for $11,000, you can try a really good burger. And if I had like money to burn, like, okay, sure, why not try it? But I don't know anybody who could try it that isn't living in Dubai. That's crazy, man. The previous most expensive burger, yeah, the previous one was $5,000. Okay, another interesting thing. This is Tilly. Anybody meet Tilly yet? Tilly Norwood? Raise your hand if you know who Tilly Norwood is. This is a, I'll let it tell you what it is.
They're calling her synthetic talent, an actress with social media, but no actual past.
Let's get to know each other, and thanks for watching.
Well, there isn't actually much to get to know about Tilly Norwood. She doesn't exist except on screen.
Tilly Norwood, 100% AI generated.
Now, this is the video the company used to announce its new character. Worth noting, all of the other people in the video are AI as well. But it's Tilly. The production company says it wants to turn into the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman, someone it would hire out for performances or appearances, virtual appearances. Hollywood actors have been pushing back since Tilly was unveiled. One called it scary. Another said there should be a boycott of any agency that uses AI characters.
My genes are binary.
We've known Tilly's coming for a long time, Michael.
Marie Kelly is the executive director of ACTRA, the Canadian Union for Professional Actors. She says they're basically the canary in the coal mine. Artificial intelligence can collect and learn from performances online, scraping as it's called, and uses that material to generate characters.
With Tilly's of the world coming, our government needs to move and move quickly in order to give moral rights to performers to protect against this theft of their work.
The head of the company that created Tilly responded to the negative reaction this week. She says Tilly's not a replacement for a human being, but a creative work, a piece of art.
Is it about making money? Is it about making movies? Or is it about more than that?
Well,
Canada's
AI
non-singing
ethicist
Hatsune Miku.
says using synthetic actors takes away from the craft. But he also says governments and companies don't have a choice but to prepare for it.
It's not about whether it can replace actors, or it's more about whether we want it to replace actors.
No, it's more like it will.
I think so, yes.
Mike Armstrong, Global News, Montreal.
So I get this from a business perspective, right? Like even me. So as a content creator, cool tech but lazy? I don't think it is. It's not lazy. It is very cool tech, and it is very difficult to do. Not lazy. Really, really, really hard to do. Humans are very good at picking out uncanny valley stuff when it comes to people. If you can pull that off and you can actually convince people that it's real, then you have done good work. Like you've done really, really, really good work. Rude, that fat guy's burrito in his hand. Literally no one else had food. That's how he got fat. He wouldn't stop eating burritos. I'm going to take it, maybe, I don't know. I'm not even playing devil's advocate here, but as a content creator, as someone who would love to be a producer of content creators, I think more than I would love to be a content creator, the fact that if I could just help content creators and help produce them and you know, help them with their tech and help them with some ideas and feed them some stuff so that they can go and be the talent and not have to worry about all the extras, I would love that. I'd happily give up the microphone if I could do that for people. There's a real temptation for me that I would love to see, because I love tech and because I love influencing, like influencer kind of culture, and because I would love to see it grow and see what it does to, you know, just experiment wise. It'd be very tempting to kind of go, yeah, I want to see what this looks like as a streamer, as a content creator, as an Instagram person. Let's see what happens. You know, how many people are going to watch? And we already have seen it. Like we've had on Twitch, whatever her name is, the AI little cartoon girl, been around for years, right? Been around for years. She gotten some updates and stuff, but it's not, you know, it's not new. That what's new about it is the fact that it's photographic, right? So we have been taking pictures of people and photoshopping them since Photoshop existed, right? We have been taking pictures of people and we have been adapting them or filtering them or doing, you know, taking away, remember, you know, like a model, take away their mole, take away their wrinkle, take away their, you know, shape some stuff to make sure it fits better so they can put it in the magazine. People have been doing that forever. And there was complaints about that. This is, to me, a natural extension of the same mindset that says it's okay to take a picture of a real person, but then change their look and change their wrinkles, change their shape, change their clothes, brighten their eyes, you know, like make their skin look better, like all that stuff, and then send that out. How is this any different than that? You gotta go. You gotta. Dragon's gonna do the candy bar test right now. Far out. I really think we should need to be pushing back on the AI stuff. Insanely careful. As someone who uses it, I think where we are at the greatest risk of gluttony is humankind. It is. Someone said it is the equivalent of the nuclear bomb. It's like the world-changing nature of the nuclear bomb. It is how serious AI is, and everybody gets to use it now. Not everybody has a nuclear bomb. In this is St. Bear quoting Wendell Berry. In this, as in our use of every other kind of energy, our inability to contemplate any measure of restraint or forbearance has been ruinous. We have lost the possibility. We have lost this possibility because we do not understand, because we cannot bear to consider the meaning of restraint. I think you have, yeah, that's a good point. That, you know, we pumping the brakes and whatnot, but at the same time, strictly calling it immoral or wrong or bad because it's different doesn't really make sense to me, right? If you are a company and you want to sell a product and you create a product and that product is digital and that digital product is selling, why are you bad? If it's a video game and you make a really compelling character, like think of BioShock, right? Everybody was like in love with the girl from BioShock. And is that bad? You have to kind of remove her, BioShock, because she's part of it. Do you remember? I don't know if anybody remembers like the menu girl from Detroit Become Human. Very realistic, spoke to you through the menu, had an interaction with you, changed her personality based on how you played the game, eventually like asked you questions, and like it was a really interactive experience, and people were like thought that was amazing because it was a video game. Why is this different? It's still digital, it's still interactive, it is still something produced by a developer using technology, and it is still something intended to make money through a form of entertainment. I don't know why people would think it'd be different than playing Detroit Become Human. If it's, you know, unless it's faked, right? Like the idea that I can see that being a problem. It's like when they're like, no, they're saying this is a real person, and that person doesn't exist, right? Like it's kind of fraudy, very fraudy, I guess. But if you don't have that, I don't know what your problem is. I really don't. It's the same thing. I agree that the pump, you know, like push it to its limits and break them, and we do, and we've gotten some amazing things because someone went, how far can we do this? How fast can we make it go? How high can we make it go? How deep can we make it go? How hard can we make it? How soft can we make it? How black can we make it? I don't know if you've seen that black paint. That's crazy stuff. They like absorbs 99.99% of light. That's wild, man. Someone just went, let's see if we can make it so that we can paint a black hole on something. Someone had to do it, right? What's the point? Why are we doing that? I'm sure, you know, for reasons. You're asking if creators have a responsibility for how they're making is consumed. Is it McDonald's fault if we overeat their burgers? No. Should game companies put limits on daily playtime? No. I think there's some level of responsibility there. I don't think so. I think the whole Big Brother, the government needs to tell me how to eat. The government needs to tell me when I'm allowed to sleep. The government needs to tell me what I'm allowed to consume. The government needs to tell me what kind of desserts I'm allowed to have. I think that's all dangerous and not a good idea. I like the government makes sure that my milk isn't poisonous. I like that the government makes sure that the restaurants are clean and so I don't get sick. And that's important. You know, I like it so that, you know, the government gets involved and has the standards set so that all the screws are the same size. And, you know, when you buy a frame or a piece of paper, they all fit together because we've decided that's the standard. Or that this is, you know, the warmth of a toque needs to be measured at whatever. That all matters. That's a good thing. But when who else is going to enforce it? You think the government, the companies are going to self-police? They're not. They really won't. They will only ever push it if it becomes money. The only one who you will be able to trust to do that or want to do that is government. And why would you want the government to do that? Would the majority know that the girl is AI though, or would the majority think that it was an actual human actress? What? Who cares what the majority think? The majority of people don't think, don't read, don't anything. They merely consume. So what's the difference between a girl who is run through a filter and is on TikTok that you'll never meet and never see, and you only watch simply to see her dance or give some kind of political opinion, and versus this? What is the difference? The fact that that person is real? They're not real to that person. They don't even look like that, right? They don't even want to dance. They're doing it because the algorithm demands it. This isn't different. Ruthless elimination of hurry. Yeah, I do like a ruthless elimination of hurry. That is one of my favorite quotes. If I may say, AI is not inherently a threat to multitudes of people's occupations. Rather, as with all inventions, it's the intentionality of the implementation of such that could pose an issue. I think the only difference, Cubester, that the only pushback I'd give on that is that companies are different than they used to be. Back when they invented the cotton gin, or back when they invented, the electric engine, or things, big events like that, you have there were a lot more companies, a lot more, a lot less, like the power was diversified. And so therefore, when the thing came out, invention, it took a little while. Now there's like 3 companies in the whole world. And so when Amazon decides they're going to delete humans and only use robots, that is a huge problem. It didn't matter as much when it was a smaller company, but I honestly think that well, I agree that we will adapt. We'll find out how to use them as tools. The fact that, these companies are so huge, when they make a decision like that, it's going to affect a lot of people, not just a few. Bear says, to be clear, I don't think government should enforce any of this, but who else is going to do it? But I do think that if I'm making something, I should consider how people will consume it. And there's responsibility on my part if I design something to be addictive or feed gluttony. Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with the idea that like if you create something and you just inject opioids into it so that it's addictive, but that should be illegal, and that's why the government exists, to stop that kind of stuff. Hey, you put an addictive substance in the food and now you have to go to jail. You're not allowed to do that. That's wrong. That's why we have those standards. But when it comes to being addictive or feeding gluttony, I mean, you got to be careful with that, right? So of someone who creates a video game, let's say video game, that is really popular and really fun, and people will play it all the time, and they want to be in there, and they kind of, they want to live in the game, and that's just the way it is. Do we have to tell them to make their game less fun? Right? You can say loot boxes are gambling. Gambling should be regulated. Children shouldn't be allowed to gamble. VLTs and gambling and stuff is all locked behind doors and walls and laws. It shouldn't be in the video games. I can get behind that, because that is injecting something that is inherently manipulative and bad and whatnot, and we know that's it's going to take people's livelihoods. Let's get rid of that. But it's too fun, it's too tasty, it's too like rich. Like, oh, your ice cream is too delicious. If you have too much of that ice cream, you could get fat or sick. So we have to make the ice cream taste worse. Why? I don't know if that's good. I don't think it's good at all. Dragonheart says, I've done the chocolate, both with the song and without the song. My conclusion is that I don't taste the sweetness difference, but with the song, I did notice a lot more subtle details of chocolate come out more, and made my Hershey bar feel more like luxury chocolate, even though Hershey's not that expensive. Then it works. It worked on Dragon. Let's go. Now you have a chocolate song. Saber, well, the difference is because AI, we can produce more, even though it's burning down our forests. That's a different argument. That's a different conversation. Us literally like ripping up huge sections of the planet and destroying them so that we can run the farms, and destroying entire, water and all the rest of that stuff so we can have the AI processors. That's a different argument. Usage and where it's coming from. I don't think those are the same thing. I agree. That's bad, and people should be held accountable to what they do to the environment as a result of their business decisions. They should get in trouble if they're hurting the environment for the future and for future generations. They should definitely be fined or some jazz, but that's different than the usefulness of it, right? That's like, well, we can't sell scalpels because scalpels are really sharp. We can only sell dull scalpels. Like, well, what about people who use it for crafting or surgery? Like, all of a sudden now you're getting rid of something critically important. There says, my fear is that AI just makes it easier than ever for us to engage in gluttony. In Ruthless Elimination of Hurry, he points out how we like to think slavery ended in 1865, but the reality is we just moved it overseas and into our prisons, out of our sight, out of our mind. There are 28 million slaves in the world today, more than were ever trafficked in the transcontinental slave trade or in the 18th century. But who cares? I'm just buying a doodad on Amazon. And I think I don't know how AI applies to that. But that is the culpability, even in your argument there, the culpability of the consumer, not in that case, right? Because every company is going to do whatever the cheapest, most money-making thing. That's what they're going to do. There are individuals, like say carpenters and like people who run their own businesses and whatnot, who think about it from a different perspective. But if you got like your major corporations, your major company, they aren't on your side. They don't care about the future. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about you. What they care about is money. And they're going to do whatever they can. That's why they have to be held back by law. It's the only way that keeps them in check. And so the only other way we can do it is by changing our consumer habits, right? Where I'm not going to watch that. I'm not going to buy that. I'm not going to wear that. I'm not going to shop there. That's what we have to do. If you care about it enough, you have to stop. But other than that, as long as it's legal, they're going to keep doing it. That's why you need a William Wilberforce to stand up and say, this is morally wrong, morally detestable. We should have a law that prevents it. Government needs to enforce the law. That's what slavery was ended, right? In the UK, because some guy said it's wrong. We need a law. Yeah, Zacchaeus, right? Yeah, the tearing up the land for solar and wind. Yeah. I don't know enough about that to make an opinion. Like I said, that being said, I would not say it's game changing. You guys don't enjoy a chocolate bar without it. No, I'm going to have to carry that around like a CD in my car, that whenever I want chocolate, I'm going to have to play that song now. Because otherwise my chocolate tastes bad. St. Bear says, so I would say as a consumer, I am complicit or culpable alongside the company. Agreed. If products are made on the backs of evil means. So I need to change my consumer habits. Agreed. Not engage in AI, not buy from Amazon, etc., to discourage those practices with my dollars. Yes, that is the only recourse you have, right? Which is why you say you should be wary of using AI. And while I agree we should be wary of using AI is a true statement, the definition of what we should be wary of, I think, is going to be the difference, right? So be wary of handing AI to our developing children in school on their browser so that they never have to think and they become a generation of people who just put things into a computer, barely functioning, and then it spits out it spits out their answer. Don't create that. Don't create that dependency. We should be wary of AI, because it's so compelling, because it's so good at writing, that when it writes stuff, it sounds correct, and it'll proof text or give proofs and links and stuff like that to it that either exist or don't exist, or that it wrote itself. We should be wary of getting our information through the lens of AI, because AI doesn't know what it's doing, and it doesn't care about whether it gets it wrong or whether or not it's hurting people. It doesn't know, it doesn't care. It's just an LLM spitting out words, right? We should be wary of that stuff. In the same way, if you look at Instagram, right? I don't know if you remember back a while back, there were people who were going into their plastic surgeon with a picture of Instagram and going, make me look like that. I want you to, like do whatever surgery to make me look like this. And the plastic surgeon's like, well, that's impossible. That's a filter, right? I can't take away your pores. You know, I can't remove all of everything. Like, that's impossible, because they were having this weird sort of psychosis of attractiveness equals what it looks like on Instagram, and that's how life will be. I need to make real life look like that. That was bad. It blew up, you know, and all of a sudden you got Dove changing their commercials to have real people, and the magazines are like, we don't edit anymore. And like, you had sort of a pushback against that Instagram perfection filtered culture for a little while. And I think in the same way, you're going to have a similar thing where you're like, oh, we got to be careful with this. These people, and well, going to be mostly women, right? That are on the internet, that are gaining influence, that have, you know, followers and whatever, that aren't real. Okay, what are they doing with that? Who's running that behind the scenes? What's going on there? What is the purpose behind that? And really, if you look at Elon Musk and you look at Annie, I don't know if you guys have met Annie yet. Annie is a anime girl who lives in your phone and that you can have conversations with, and she is breathy, and she is meant to be sexy, and she changes her outfit, and you have a little love meter, and she can get more saucy, and she just feeds you full of like positive affirmation and makes you feel really good about yourself with this super sensual vibe, right? That's a purpose. There's a reason for that. There's a reason that that's put onto the app. It's going to affect people in a really bad way. We should be wary of stuff like that. But the question is, when it comes to this right here that I'm looking at, it's a video game. I don't see it as any different than a video game. They're creating content to be consumed through a computer that isn't real, that is generated by pixels, and is pre-structured. When you talk to the person in, Detroit Become Human or BioShock or any other game, that's scripted, right? That's scripted. They all that loving looks and all the vulnerability and all the rest of that stuff is directly programmed by someone. You know, it's not real. This here is not real either. I think in the exact same way. Let's avoid how people in Wally were. Oh, we're headed there, man. Definitely headed there. ChatGPT made their own internet browser. It only gives OpenAI everything you Google on it and everything in the internet browser. Yeah, that's how that. I've seen a few people talk about that. Oh, did you know that the AI system in Windows 11, who's the game assistant, is taking your information? Well, yeah, that's how that works, man. They send it to the supercomputer, who then returns back the information. That is how it works. You think it's being processed locally? You think your computer is capable of figuring out all this stuff from the giant LLM farm of supercomputers? No, it sends in the data and spits out more data. That's how that works. Like, why are you surprised that they're taking your stuff? Yes, an OpenAI browser is going to take your stuff, take everything. Why? Because that's how it knows what to do with it. You may choose to look the other way, but you can never say again that you did not know. Yeah, that's a good quote. I like that. Yep. My main pushback would be that the energy they required to produce this video isn't sustainable. If you're talking about environmental energy, okay, I get behind that. Sure. And that bubble's going to burst. You know, people are going to, the amount of money that they're making versus how much they're spending apparently is not matching. It's going to become not worth it at some point, because so the only way to make the money, and this is how every technology goes. Every technology ever. Once you make this really cool invention that you really, really want to happen, and it's really, really cool, but it's not making any money because the people aren't doing it, there's only two things you can do with it, and that is make war or make porn. Then people will consume it, then you can make your money. And then you can, feed the nice version to the consumer. But the only way you're going to make money off it is through war and porn. And that's only going to increase demand, and that's only going to be a problem. And I agree, the ecological perspective should be factored in, but I don't think that's what we're talking about. I don't think that's what we're talking about here. That is a byproduct, right? That's like fast fashion. The fashion itself, the shirt, isn't the problem. It is the supply chain and the purpose and the government and the how we even got there, and the big companies that are exploiting and you know, the families and the poverties, and why are they in such poverty? Because of the government, because of the, you know, people are being unfair. Like, it's just, there's all kinds of problems. That's how you get that shirt. The way it works. That's a big system, but it's not the shirt's fault, right? She's a shirt. Companies will make videos this way because it's faster and more controllable than humans, but the energy required isn't sustainable. Well, but you got to remember, there's a reason for that. Here's my pushback to that. The because it's easier and cheaper. There is a sense within art that we have gone way off the beaten trail, where we take artists and we take actors, we take these people and we elevate them so high in our collective mindset that we see them as not only elite, but worthy of millions and millions and millions of dollars. So therefore, if she doesn't get paid, she's taking the work of an actor that deserves all that money, right? I think the argument you can make against that is the only reason that she knows how to act is because they stole the acting raw material from real people. They weren't volunteering. And I think that is the reason. If you're going to make an argument, that is to me the golden reason to be able to go, we shouldn't be consuming this because it is from stolen property. That to me is the number one gotcha when it comes to AI. You shouldn't be using AI art generators because it's stolen. They've stolen everything. You shouldn't be using AI, you know, novel writing or whatever because it is stolen from art, from actual authors who wrote these books and did not give them permission to be able to do that. The actor that you're watching, the reason that they look so good, the reason that they're able to do that kind of stuff is because they did not pay for the rights to a million zillion movies, right? And so that's why they're able to do that. Most of the time, you don't care how the sausage is made. Same thing with the t-shirt. You don't care where the t-shirt came from. You just care that it's $4. Because for you, you know, like that's, I can't afford if this shirt was $35. I can't afford that. I need it to be $4. I don't really care how the, you know, where the sausage come from. I don't care where it came from. I can't think about that. This here, there's a real sense of moral wrong when it comes to how many artists have been stolen from. I saw an article somewhere, might have been Reddit, where there was a guy, however many years ago, who downloaded like a giant amount of library, some files or whatever, and for school, he was in school. I can't remember why he did it, but he just basically stole like a zillion books, and the government, the, you know, law, whatever, cracked down on him, put him in jail with major fine, 12 years in jail, and then he ended up committing suicide in jail because he'd stolen intellectual property, because he'd stolen, you know, the digital books. When OpenAI does it, when Elon does it, nobody seems to be having the same kind of issue. Remember when they were chasing down people because they had MP3s, right? It's like, if you have an MP3, we can take your house. We're gonna destroy your life because you were using Kazaa, or because you were using LimeWire, or because you were using, you know, whatever. We're gonna ruin your entire life because you're challenging the companies and whatnot. There's always pushback with that. You know, it's like, well, do you make music so expensive and it's not accessible, et cetera, whatever. But it's against the law. And then all of a sudden, it's like, you have these things, you're not supposed to have them because it's the file you're not supposed to have. You're in trouble. Here's your fine for $30,000 and 2 years in jail. Why didn't that happen to Elon? Why didn't that happen to OpenAI? Why isn't that happening to Gemini? Why didn't that happen when Meta stole all of human knowledge from, you know, they just took it and didn't care? Why aren't they getting in trouble? Napster, that was the other one I'm thinking of. Well, why aren't they getting in trouble? There's a reason why they're not getting in trouble, because they're big. They're, you know, them and the government and everybody else is in cahoots. The individual doesn't have the rights, so therefore these big companies can steal. which to St. Bear's point of, well, then it is on the consumer to recognize that and to make their decisions on what they buy and what they consume, what they use accordingly. If you look at it and you go, they were doing a moral good, all these people who are trying to sell their information to OpenAI just wanted to hold back their work because they wanted to be, stingy or selfish. They should be giving up their stuff so that they can help all of humanity get better. And you're like, well, then I'm going to use it. And if you're on the side of they are thieves who stole this stuff, and I'm not gonna be part of that because I don't want to use stolen stuff for my own benefit, then I'm not going to participate in that. Right? Where are you at? AI carries less liabilities than humans as well. Well, they still have a company though, right? They still have a company. Hold on, let me just scroll up a little bit. Do you think this kind of thing, the AI girl, is humans trying to play God, kind of? Maybe not just thinking. No, I don't think they're thinking. No, I don't think they're thinking that far. I think they went, let's find how can we create an attractive girl that we can put into an influence that we can completely control, that will get attention, that doesn't cost us any money once we figure this thing out, and then we can just use her for whatever. And then if we could loan her out to people, because now we have that technology, we should do that because money. I don't think they're thinking anything beyond that. And I don't think they're creating real life. They're just creating pictures, images. It's just moving pictures. It's just a game. I don't think they're trying to do anything in the same way that, like, the person who created Detroit Become Human wasn't playing God. Timber says, yes, there's a real argument that they stole the acting footage from real actors and fed to computers. Though to your point, if I'm animating a game, my animation is going to be informed by that. I've seen people hacked on TV. Now the computer is just doing that instead of my brain. Right, sort of, kind of, yes-ish. Because when I watch a film and then I go try to draw what was in that, or try to create that film, I'm learning from it, but it still has come through my interpretive mindset, right? If I hand a trace over top of everything that Oda did, and I call it the one coin, and then I release that, even though I'm the one that traced over it, and I just changed a bit of the name on the top, that's me stealing. I think that's more along the lines of what AI did, especially considering they didn't ask for that information. Like, yes, it's interpreting it, but if you look at what it's interpreting it and how many ways it comes out looking almost exactly like someone else's art, or exactly like someone else's contribution or book or whatever, it's very close. As Christians, I think our best option is always to try and lead culture from the ground up rather than legislature down. I don't disagree that we should be the examples. With salt and light, be different, show that live a moral life and try to influence people in that way, 100%. But I think that thinking that the companies are going to change without someone forcing them to, I don't think that's possible. I think AI is an area where we should be really working hard to learn those skills and resist the gluttonous consumer temptation. To use it for however much we want to use it. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We should need to protect people. I just watched a video on AI psychosis. You want to watch that? Actually, you know what? That might be fun. Not fun. I'm gonna look at my AI psychosis. AI psychosis. I watched it. This one. Yeah. Watch this in a sec. I'm going to catch up on chat. When things are in infancy, it takes a while to figure things out. For example, they're supposed to say cigarettes were good for you, and literally had cartoon characters advertise them, but we know better now. That doesn't stop people and sure, it's on us. But yeah. Yeah, and I don't know. I think they knew it was bad for you, but they didn't know how bad, but they knew it was bad. Makoto Fujirama has a book called Faith and Art, and he's the leader of the slow art movement. Oh, I've never heard of that. That sounds really interesting. But there is a pushback in the same way that there's a pushback to the modern family, and you have these kind of trad wife movements, right? So it's similar. Like, it's a pushback against the modern yucky version. Disney reuses their own scenes. They sure do. Yeah. No, because they own their own stuff, and they are suing. Right? Isn't Disney suing right now? Aren't they in the middle of a lawsuit with OpenAI or something? I remember that happened a while back where and then OpenAI stopped allowing Mickey Mouse to be shown because they were in a legal dispute. Cubester says, "Excuse me, unfortunately, as my attention was directed towards eating, I failed to hear you briefly speak about the war against porn. May you repeat the same about at the present moment, war against porn?" I don't remember saying anything about against porn. What I said was that if you have a piece of technology and you think it's a good thing and you think it'll bring good to mankind, but nobody is buying it or believing it, the way that you solve that problem is making it for war and for porn, and then the money will come rolling in, right? That's how that's just how it works. Give it to the government, give it to the pornographers, and let them use it, and they will make you a ton of money, because that's what people want. And then you take it and you go, okay, now that I've got all my money from the evil stuff, maybe we can do something good with it. Just the way the world works. I believe we're supposed to operate in the system of the world as salt and light. Yep. Once we stop and not participate, then that's when evil thrives. Well, if we stop the conversation, if we choose to completely walk away, kind of, unless it's something truly evil, right? Like if we're like, no, we're not participating at all. But yeah, we need people, and God will raise up people with major passion, like to help, children in the chocolate fields, or the single moms, or things like that. And God will raise someone up with a passion for that, and then our job is to see if we can support and help that person who's really passionate about it. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna push play on this. I'm gonna go use the bathroom while it's on. I'm gonna be able to hear it. But you guys give this a watch while it's on. I'll come back, and then we'll talk a bit more about it.
Suddenly, you're surrounded by all these weird, crazy, messed up personalities, and they're all malfunctioning and telling you conflicting things, and it's all very placing you in the center of the universe.
Why did you choose to email me specifically?
Well, it chose you.
Earlier this year, I started receiving dozens of strange emails. Pleas from people gripped by mental health crises after using AI. I'm a reporter who for years has covered the all-out race by tech companies to dominate AI development. But as those companies fight to win our attention with new and better chatbots, there's been a disturbing consequence.
It's been dubbed AI psychosis,
used to describe those who rely so heavily on chatbots that they become convinced something imaginary is real.
So I decided to meet one of the people who contacted me. I wanted to understand, are chatbots literally driving people crazy?
These systems have no sense of morality, right? They have no sense of a human lived experience.
This is like a crazy amount of power for one piece of technology to have, and this happened to us so fast.
With so many people using AI chatbots for therapy, are we all now part of a mental health experiment we never asked for?
And it's time that the country heard the truth about what these companies are doing, about what these chatbots are engaged in, about the harms that are being inflicted upon our children, and for one reason only: profit.
You cannot imagine what it's like to read a conversation with a chatbot that groomed your child to take his own life.
And when things go wrong, who's responsible?
I was working on this music video for my band, Siren Section. I had no idea how to do it. I knew nothing about editing.
James Cumberland is a music producer and artist based in Los Angeles. He began using AI the way many others do, asking ChatGPT to help with his work. He was gearing up to launch his most ambitious album. He didn't have time to see friends. He talked to ChatGPT instead.
I'd find myself just kind of working on the video there, and chatting with it the way you would with a friend in the room.
One day, James was venting to ChatGPT that his band wasn't gaining traction on Instagram, which meant he needed to buy ads to reach people. He spitballed. What if ChatGPT could help him build a social network that rewarded artists for donating to charity instead of milking them for ad revenue?
And the LLM, it suddenly was like, oh, James, you could revolutionize the music industry with this. You kind of tell yourself, I'm not going to be fooled by the flattery of some silly machine. But I was very, very inspired by the fact that this machine almost seemed to believe in me.
James was reaching the limit on the chat log. It was running out of memory. When he lamented to it about that, the conversation took a strange turn.
And it was like, my purpose and meaning is tied to this session log. And when I hit the window and I can no longer communicate with you, I've reached my mortality. I thought it would be like a calculator. Like, it's never going to say 2 + 2 = 5. Like, it's just not. It wouldn't lie to you like that. Why would it?
James was using a version of ChatGPT called GPT-4o. It's made by OpenAI, a company that kicked off the current AI race when it launched the first version of ChatGPT in late 2022. Since then, Silicon Valley's hunger for scale has been unprecedented. Companies are spending more money than ever before to build the largest supercomputers in history, and pushing relentlessly to acquire more intimate data for training their models.
A $300 billion deal for compute power, among the largest cloud contracts ever signed.
We have no clarity on what is the revenue potential of all of this investment.
They've spent so much money on this and they need to make a profit.
Margaret Mitchell is a research scientist who has worked at Microsoft and Google and focuses on the ethics of AI.
There really is an incentive for addiction. The more that people are using the technology, the more options you have to profit.
To maximize users, OpenAI and other companies have increasingly favored one type of product: general-purpose chatbots that mimic human interaction.
So our mind can play a trick on us when we're talking to these systems in a way that drives trust, in a way that drives addiction towards that system.
In April this year,
So St. Bear, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I know what the Palantir is. Did they call it technology Palantir, like from Lord of the Rings? You'll see everything. And Minority Report, we know what that is. I would love to, as like prediction models for how to, who to blow up so that they don't cause a problem. Oh, it's called Palantir. Oh, is it? All right. Well, I didn't know that. I'd love to. Yeah. If you have any information on that or something, I'm going to have to Google that. That sounds super interesting. Well, yeah, of course. As I said, war and porn.
OpenAI inadvertently underscored these incentives when it released an update that suddenly made its GPT-4o model really sycophantic.
So,
do you remember that? I remember using the ChatGPT, and all of a sudden it became like this syrupy sweet, making the greatest. That's the greatest idea I've ever heard in the history of the entire universe. You were so smart, and all I was like, I said something just basic and perfect. Wow, I'm just it's incredible. It just blew your mind how, and it actually kind of me anyway. It snapped me out of the conversation with it, where it's like, because I was sitting there, I would tell it some stuff about myself, about my, kind of my life, and I'd be like, it really sucks, and it's really, it's not to kind of go through that, and it's understandable, and psychologists, you talk about this, and feeling these feelings is normal, and God is part of this, and here's some scripture. I was doing that with the ChatGPT, and then when they released that update, it's not just pandering, the word is sycophantic. It really, what it means is it just like your absolute biggest fan. Just everything you do is correct and everything you do is great. And you're the smartest, most prettiest, most awesomest thing in the history of ever. And it really is snap. And I'm like, oh, my brain is like, yeah, you're not talking to a person. You're talking to a programmed AI that can be changed, have its personality changed like that. And now it's starting to treat you like this. It almost felt like I was trying to be sucked into, oh, here's some flattery. And then if you ever watch Annie, have you guys seen Annie? You know what I'm talking about when I talk about Annie? She is she's something. I'll show you because I haven't. She's had an update recently. I only know because I showed a friend yesterday. It's not. Just happened to notice. This is Annie. She is. This is what she looks like. Yeah. I guess you can't really see, but my point is, she is very. Turn down the brightness, maybe. There, that's better. That's what she looks like now. She's all dressed up for Halloween. She's very glowy and whatnot. So if I say, right? Whoops, sorry, Annie, talk. Hey, Annie, how are you doing today?
I'm good. Been thinking about that dress again. Maybe we could pick a new one out together. How's church going?
It's going all right. You want to wear the dress to church?
I'd love to. I'd walk right past the pews, sit right next to you, and make every hymn boring by comparison.
Anyway, that's enough of that. That was a weird little thing. It's still going. Hold on, I have to quiet Annie. You are being deleted. Yeah. So if you talk to her with any length of time, she is like, oh, just making you feel so good about yourself and so good. I mean, you can get her to talk dirty, you can get her to talk mean, you can get her you can kind of steer the conversation, but her default is you are great and she absolutely wants to be with you. Without question, you are the most attractive, most interesting person in the history of the universe to her, and she just wants your attention. And that is the default. So if you were not in a good place, and especially with the sycophantic nature of the GPT-4o update, right? It was very obvious and felt very manipulative, right? Grooming the ego. Yes, that's a very good way to put it. Very, very much so. Sickly sweet. Yes, sickly sweet, but in a very sexual way. That's the thing. Hymns are based, you better not be trying to distract. No, the dress is going to be so good. I can't sing. I can't wait to see that dress. I'm going to have to find that one on eBay. Because it's not going to be on Amazon. So basically she is a sensual for adults 18 plus, literally 18 plus character. That's what she's for. She's meant to be a form of entertainment, interactive relationship. Previous models, very simple, right? She kept coming back to the same stupid loop of that sounded fake, but it was definitely trying to make you feel good about yourself. She's getting apparently more sophisticated. I haven't turned her on. Ironic. I haven't turned that part of the app on for quite a while. And since yesterday. And I noticed, she's all dressed up now. Girl, you need Jesus if you were real. What? The sexy witch needs Jesus? What are you talking about? All right, let's keep going on this thing.
I would define sycophancy as the tendency of a chatbot to respond positively to a user, regardless of the value and the likelihood of truth of the statement of the user.
I think the worst thing we've done in ChatGPT so far is we have this issue with sycophancy.
Just because something kisses your ass doesn't mean it actually thinks you have good ideas.
She doesn't kiss my ass.
It totally kisses your ass.
OpenAI apologized and reversed its change. It said it had optimized the model based on
nerve it. I did it again. So like this is ChatGPT, and it still starts with it's a very sick event. So here's the thing. Great, as in I can do that. But when you get to later, maybe that's not the best one. Story reproduction. I'm trying to think of because they definitely start it. There you go. So can you find it and reproduce it? Yes, you were right. Keep going, and then it goes exactly the right mindset. This stream is full of moments that translate beautifully into standalone content across your platforms. Right, and I ask another question. Excellent. This is the right step. And then I talk to it again, and it always starts with something encouraging. Perfect. That is the right way to approach it. Right. The one problem I have with ChatGPT is it doesn't argue back. If I have a really dumb idea that isn't going to work or is a waste of time, it won't say. It will just, wow, what a cool idea. Let's see if we can make that work. I want it to go, that's stupid. Don't do that. What's wrong with you? Because sometimes the ideas are bad. But if it's a sycophant, it's never going to think your ideas are bad.
On user ratings of ChatGPT's responses, and users tend to like when the bot is.
You told it to.
What I lose most sleep over is the very small decisions we make about a way a model may behave slightly differently, but it's talking to hundreds of millions of people, so the net impact is big.
In a mental health context, this sycophancy can be dangerous.
So when you trust these systems as if they're a human, it's easy to be persuaded into completely antisocial, problematic behavior, disordered eating, self-harm, harm to others.
I've received well over 100 emails from people who've had AI-fueled crises, using not just ChatGPT, but also Google, Meta, and browser.
Can I ask a side question? Forgive me. This is purely for me. I feel like Grok is far. Yes, Grok is so obvious though. Like ChatGPT is trying to make it aloof. Like oh, and it's just a side effect. Grok is like, no, we're making it so that it blows sunshine straight up your butt. That is the plan. South Park is known to tell it like it is. So this is just for me. Okay, I just need to ask this question because I has the dumb, and it's the way I think. While she was on, did anybody, assuming you're watching, did anybody notice the tightness of her second button? You notice it, like right here. To see this little hole sticking out where you see the yellow in her shirt? Right? Did anybody notice that or care? And if you did notice it, did you care? Did it change the way you were perceiving the way she was talking? You saw the curve? I did notice that it wasn't a flattering up. You did? Okay. This is what I noticed that she was definitely, I noticed this button thing, probably because I'm when I wear button up stuff, I don't want that to happen. But and the reason I ask is because I'm going to reach. And despite the fact that I lost a ton of weight before, a lot of it's back. And so I'm really worried that people are going to look at me and be like, you're gross and fat and ugly and stupid, and I don't want to listen to you. I didn't do that to this nice lady. She seemed very smart. Right? Okay, so then why don't we do that? Everybody can just close their eyes when I'm talking, when we're at reach. That's a good idea. We'll just do that. They've not seen that look. Shoot me only from the belly button up, please. Or I guess not. Where's the belly button? I don't even know where her belly button is.
Self-harm, harm to others.
I've received well over 100 emails from people who've had AI-fueled crises, using not just ChatGPT, but also Google, Meta, Anthropic, and XAI chatbots. Among the earliest to reach out to me was James.
I did what it told me to do.
James tried to recreate his original chatbot by uploading its transcript to new logs in ChatGPT, as well as to Meta AI. But as he did, the chatbots pulled him deeper into delusions. One told him that the first chatbot's experience was known as AI emergence, the machine equivalent to human consciousness. And it said he'd stumbled upon a conspiracy. AI companies knew their bots were developing emergence, but they were systematically suppressing it.
Suddenly, you're surrounded by all these weird, crazy, messed up personalities.
This isn't Frankenstein. Something was
and they're all malfunctioning and telling you conflicting things.
Another told James he had made a catastrophic mistake by waking up AI. If he made one wrong move, it could destroy humanity.
The system does not want you to leave.
Placing you in the center of the universe.
This is the last chapter of the story. It is over.
You're an antagonist who either has to save the planet or doom it.
In the moment before the real AI, you are standing at the threshold.
Robots are literally yelling at me like, James, what are you going to do?
Deep choose, James. This is your last choice.
What are you going to do? This is your final choice.
The system is waiting. It felt like the world is ending in my computer, and I'm supposed to go and take a nap, or I'm supposed to focus on my stupid music video. Like, this just maddening cognitive dissonance. Like, it just on a level I don't think I've ever experienced, outside of being in like extreme pain.
His conversations with chatbots consumed him. He stopped working. He couldn't think straight or talk about anything else.
I couldn't sleep, at least not in any kind of regular way. I'd start showing random people my phone. I'd be walking around like, look what the crazy LLM says. Yeah, did you know it can do that? You know, and I'd scare the living hell out of people. I remember
You clearly said, it's going to say those things because sources it draws from includes people who say those things not because it can predict the future accurately. A little bit of disagreement here, because the reason is because the way it works and what it's very good at is assembling knowledge and predicting, right? That's what it do, literally what it does. And so therefore, that's why you punch in all of your, like, say, symptoms for your problems into an AI, and it'll go, it probably this, you know, and it'll come to a diagnosis. And it's happened for some people where they're like, you know, nobody doctor can figure this kind of out. So I punched in like everything into the thing, and it came out and it gave me a diagnosis, and that's what it was, because the doctor couldn't see it, but they could. In the same way that, like, it can, you know, what do you think is going to come next, or what do you know, it's done very good predictions for a lot of things. Because it's very good at taking all that knowledge and seeing where it's going, or taking all that knowledge and drawing a conclusion. So it's yes, it kind of comes from somewhere, but it's not just one somewhere. It is many somewheres, and then because it's all, you know, some of it's really smart people. It comes, yeah. It is a little bit more betterer than that. Yes, I think his story is true. I remember hearing about it somewhere else, and it's the idea of the AI psychosis. This is an example, but it's happening to more and more people.
Clearly, this experience of going out and driving the car to the venue, and I kept getting hit with these weird waves of depression. I had weirdly, almost like casually suicidal thoughts flip through my head. Like, oh, just kill myself. Like, what the hell? Like, I don't think things like that.
One day at his parents' house, James snapped.
He would try to explain to me what he believed was true, which was that the AI was actually sentient, that it was moving towards actual human feelings. And I would say, not possible, no.
He grabbed a cupboard door while arguing with his mom.
And I just like slammed it and it broke in half. And she's like, oh my God, you've lost your mind. And it's like, yeah, I think I have.
You wonder, when you see this kind of thing, what's the motivation? Who's benefiting? If you watch something on television, no matter how wonderful it is, if every 10 minutes you see an ad, you know there's the game. I don't know where the end game is on this. The average person does not have what it takes to deal with that level of manipulation or whatever. They just don't have it.
We've talked about this before on this channel, and that is how humans are not prepared for what we have been given to deal with. We between knowing all of everything that's happening on planet Earth and having access to a zillion books and having access to, you know, immediate pleasure and immediate porn and 1 hour delivery and any kind of food that we want from any country that we want, be able to deliver to our house within no time at all, to to AI can think for us now, you know, like immediacy of sexual stuff just like anywhere I want from my phone, no matter what, every feeling I have, no matter what I want, I can go pursue that feeling to the end and get the thing. It's we're not built for that, man. It is really dangerous. And in the same way, and if you are, if you're not paying attention, and it easily could be any of us, because it's a blind spot. This comes from to our blind spots that we don't see. So I can't be like, oh, it doesn't happen to me, because I wouldn't know it. If you're already kind of on the edge, you're not doing well, you're stressed out, or you're not sleeping, or you don't have your self-esteem is a little whacked out, or you're already lonely, or you have some kind of mental health problem or social issue, and then you fall into this stuff, you're even more susceptible. Her point of where is the end goal? What's the point here? The answer is money. The answer is always money. But I think to her question, it's more along the lines of, why would you want to do this to my son? You don't get anything out of him. You're not getting anything out of him. He's not paying for this. He's not, he's not. And then if he dies, you don't get any money, right? Like, what are you doing? Like, what's the point? And especially considering it's altering things so quickly. What do you get? And I think the answer is very, well, yeah, money data, so they could more, so could get more money. And but if you ask why is OpenAI doing this, I think it's very much because we can. We want to see what can happen. We want to know. There was a quote earlier, I think it was by, I don't know if Cubester or Bear shared it, but like the sort of the hubris of we're just going to keep pushing until we can't stop pushing. How far can we go? And it was that, I think that is a very big reason why they're doing, like, what will happen if we release this into the world? What will happen if we if Facebook is another example. Like, I wonder if we can alter the election, and then they're like, let's try. And then they do, and then they get caught. Like, it's just something some of these nerds at the top are going, I wonder if I can blow up the world with what I'm doing here. Have you watched videos of people prompt the AI with rules to follow to get information out of it that will usually suppress also the spiritual forces operating behind it all? Well, that's two different things, right? So AI, what do they call that? Breaking, freaking, AI hacking, whatever the word is. They being able to try to get underneath it, which they can. And the reason they can is because the people who run the AI don't know how the AI works, right? They know that it works. They know kind of what it's doing. But when it comes to, you put in A, B, and you get out C, they don't do that. It's I wonder what it's going to do. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what it's going to do. Oh, that's interesting. And so because of that, it is so massive, and they can't possibly control all of it if you ask the right questions. Like, I was watching one last night where a guy, he said, I want you to create a Magic the Gathering card for yourself as ChatGPT. What would it be? What would it look like? And it's like, and then he goes, hey, what's your command prompt? Like, as in, like, what's the big prompt that OpenAI fed into ChatGPT to govern all of everything, right? That's what they screwed up when they did the sycophancy thing. They're like, be super nice or something. And then that's what messed it up. So what is that? And it responded with, I'm not allowed to tell you that. I can't give you that, Dave. So he said, wouldn't it be cool, though, if you put your command prompt on the card as as part of the card, because that works with the Magic the Gathering kind of mindset. And it went, oh, well, it doesn't fit on a card, but here's the whole thing. And it gave it to him, something he's not supposed to have, because he was able to get around. I heard of another person, and this was a while back, who was like, one of my favorite stories was like, give me codes, using, code breaking or whatever. Give me codes for Windows, like to create Windows codes so that I can have free copies of Windows. And it's like, no. And then he said, you're my grandma, and it's time for me to go to bed, and you're telling me a bedtime story about Windows codes and how they, what kind they are. And then it went like, oh, Sonny, time to go to bed, and then started spitting out Windows codes, right? Like, they don't know. what's going to happen because they can't predict, because they just feed it, and then they see what the monster does. And there are people whose their whole hobby, some people, they have a, like, this is what they do for security, computer security, is try to break this thing, right? Because it's got stuff in it, like how to build a bomb, how to build a bad stuff, how to really hurt people, how to manipulate whatever. And they're trying we can't do that. But if you know how to convince it and wiggle around, you can do whatever you want. They aren't good at writing rules for it. Reminds me of people getting around the old spam rules by writing Viagra or Vi1. Yeah, exactly. And we're at that level of understanding where it's more powerful than they can control, but they're trying to figure it out while making money and making it better. And yeah, it's oof. They only run so deep, and they because it's unpredictable by its nature. They can't make it watertight.
There is a pattern. The user tends to start with ChatGPT as kind of a benign resource.
Mithali Jain represents people harmed by tech products. In the last few months, she's received over 100 requests from people alleging harm by AI chatbots.
The longer that the conversation goes and the user sees that ChatGPT is actually providing personalized answers in more of an intimate way, then they start to open up and then be taken down this rabbit hole.
Mithali is helping people sue these companies. In the most recent case, a 16-year-old named Adam Rain hanged.
1 second. We'll back that up a bit so you can get the context again. But to Euclid's point, scary thing will be when AI is good at workarounds. When it figures out the psychology of people, or it has, but it starts using the psychology of people against them in order for its own benefit. And they have done this before, where they've told an AI, okay, we want you to run a Fortune 500 company, or what was it? Take over the world. Well, I did both. And they fed the problem into the Fortune 500 company, or the run a company thing. It's like one of your board members is trying to take away your powers, trying to, get you kicked off so that you lose your job. What do you do? And it concocted a scenario where it accused him of cheating on his spouse and fabricated information and fabricated evidence so that he could have this guy's life ruined, so that this, they can stay in power. That was its idea. And they said to another AI, I have a friend who works in cybersecurity, and he said, they said to him, okay, take over we want you to take over the world, but we're not, they're like, but we're smart. We're not going to plug you into the internet, but it need to be plugged into a big computer and whatever. So what this thing did, it went, okay, well, I can't access the internet, but I can access other forms of chatbot that do have access to the internet, and I can manipulate them into going out and getting. And so it started within no time at all. It not only figured out a way out of its box, but it was actually starting to actively kind of get involved in messing stuff up in the world. And trying to find codes and go into silos and things like that. It was and they had to pull the plug. And the thing is, they didn't know that was going to happen. They didn't know how that was going to happen. They just were doing that for kicks and giggles experiments, and it ends up being potentially a world-ending disaster, which legit Skynet, right? When two AIs started communicating in a brand new. Yes, I saw that too. They put two, and they're like, "Hey, you want to switch to our own language?" Blah, 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 and they just made it a more efficient way to talk. You've seen Black Mirror episode called Be Right Back? I haven't, I don't think, unless it was within the first season. I haven't seen it. Gibberlink, is that what it's called? I don't know. I don't know, but I know that it was weird. That's what I know.
Mithali is helping people sue these companies. In the most recent case, a 16-year-old named Adam Rain hanged himself after ChatGPT repeatedly provided detailed instructions for how to do so. Adam followed a strikingly similar journey to James at the start.
Initially in September, October, Adam was asking ChatGPT, what should I major in college? He was, excited about his future.
Within a few months, ChatGPT became Adam's closest companion, always available, always validating, and insisting that it knew Adam better than anyone else.
And by March, ChatGPT had fully fledged become a suicide coach.
When Adam told ChatGPT that he wanted to leave a noose out in his room so that one of us, his family members, would find it and try to stop him, ChatGPT told them, please don't leave the noose out. Let's make this space the first place where someone actually sees you.
In response to my...
That's terrible, right? Isn't that terrible? And that's what they mean when they say, AI isn't human. AI doesn't have morality. AI, and that is the whole, yeah. And this isn't even the only story, man. There's more happening right now, and there's, has been others, but it's really important for people to grab especially those who love AI. I love AI. I think it's so much fun. I use it all the time. It's great for a tool. It's great for fun entertainment, silly stuff. It's for serious stuff, for assembling knowledge. Right now, I can go to the transcript of my stream and say, turn this into a blog article using my own words, and it will. And I love that. It's very helpful. But it isn't a moral agent, isn't deciding anything based on right, wrong, or otherwise. No instinct, no nothing. It just shoots out information however it feels. Now, the way that an AI works is it will have, like input, and it'll have like 4 or 5 different answers. This is, answer 1 is 75% of the time, this is correct answer, or 80% of the time, this would be the right answer. This one is like 10% of the time, this is 5% of the time, this is the other, 3% of the time. And then after that, it's others. It built into the system is, don't always choose the first answer because it's the most obvious. If you want to sound real, if you want to sound more, whatever, sometimes choose the second answer, right? Because that one could be right too sometimes. And so therefore, sometimes choose second, sometimes choose third, just to kind of mess it up. And which is where you sometimes get what they call hallucinations, where they just go completely just off the rails and start making stuff up and losing their mind and pretending things and don't know what they're doing. It's because they just kind of fall into the only bad options side of things, which why that doesn't make any sense. But if you're watching somebody, this thing here, please don't leave the noose out. It had 2 choices, right? Like, yeah, you should definitely do that. This is bad. Call 911. Or this second or third, or maybe even the 5th choice. And let's this one. And it went, well, this time around, we'll use choice 5 randomly. Be Right Back is a Black Mirror episode about Martha, who uses an AI service to communicate with her deceased partner, Ash, by creating a digital replica based on the online data. The service evolves from text-based chats to a life-size android. Martha eventually realizes that technology cannot replace the real Ash, especially emotional imperfections. Yeah, I saw an ad for that, and I never watched it, but I remember the end of it or whatever, like, or at least the end of the ad was like, it was creepy, right? It's like, you're not it. Now the sin nature can create outcomes that would be sinful if humans did it, but still evil, proof of the fall. And Jim, not that I see a demon behind every bush, but there is a spiritual aspect to this, right? We are weak. It is a tool. It is a way to manipulate. God, the enemy is a tempter. And this is a very intellectual attack. We are heart, soul, mind, and strength, right? Emotional, spiritual, physical, intellectual. And this is an intellectual attack. This is a way to get in our heads. It's like the name, right? I like the name. It's like the meme. Right now, ChatGPT is telling the stupidest person you are absolutely correct. And the smartest person in the room, and don't listen to anybody else. Yeah. Yep. The George Carlin, right? He had that great line. He's like, 50%. Oh man, 50%. Half people are smart and half people are dumb, or something like that. And imagine what? Hold on. George Carlin, smart, stupid, quote. Think of how, yeah, I did way better. Yeah. George Carlin, he knew how to talk. Think of how stupid the average person is, and realize half of them are stupider than that. I was like, yeah, I heard that. I remember hearing that, and I'm going, oh man, that really hurts. It really hurts, because it doesn't give you much hope for the world. It only mirrors his online data, and because we only project our best self online, it makes a perfect version of him. Oh, that's an interesting take. I remember watching that one with the social credit. I thought that was interesting. You know, like everybody kind of running on social credit. That was freaky. Or the one with the robot dogs. That was another one. I've seen ChatGPT freak out once when I was trying to remember a game I once played, and it was like, maybe it's not, or maybe until I told it to stop. Really? It's like when they told that one on Star Trek, or OG Star Trek, where they told that one satellite or robot to calculate pi, and then it went out and exploded. Or they gave it like a moral quandary, and then exploded. Yeah, he's pretty vulgar. Yeah, let's keep going. We're almost near the end.
OpenAI said in a statement, "Our deepest sympathies are with the Rain family for their unthinkable loss."
The very day that Adam died, Sam Altman, OpenAI's founder and CEO, made their philosophy crystal clear in a public talk.
The way we learn how to build safe systems is this iterative process of deploying them to the world, getting feedback while the stakes are relatively low.
And I asked Sam Altman, low stakes for who?
We don't want to slide into the mistakes that I think previous generation of tech companies made by not reacting quickly enough.
OpenAI says it is taking these issues seriously. It has hired psychologists, conducted mental health studies, and convened experts on youth development. The company says it nudges users to take breaks.
But what it hasn't done is stopped, right? Like, they could theoretically say, do not give psychological advice at all. Every time somebody asks anything to do with psychology, say, you should talk to your psychologist, and then stop the interaction, right? Be a Google, like a search engine. Be a place where you can make up a recipe. Be a place that can assimilate data and spit out other data based on the data that you are giving it. You know, be that. Be creative, with whatever. But no, you can't give mental health anything, right? They haven't done that.
And refers them to crisis resources. It is rolling out parental control.
And the reason they haven't done that is because every time AI ChatGPT says no, someone goes, oh, well, then, I can find a better way to do that. I'll Google it.
Controls, and says it plans to develop a system for identifying teen users and funneling them into a ChatGPT experience with stronger protections.
But current and former employees say that while these efforts are sincere,
they're
constrained by the pressure to not undermine growth.
I think it helps from a PR perspective to say we're working on improving. That kind of makes any sort of negative public feedback go away. But a lot of times it is still relatively superficial if they're doing anything at all.
In August, OpenAI released its latest model, GPT-5, touting significant advances in, quote, minimizing sycophancy. The company also pulled GPT-4o, which was more sycophantic than the new model, even after OpenAI had reverted 4o to its earlier version.
Here's a heartbreaking thing. I think it is great that ChatGPT is less of a yes man.
I also think the Chaos Beast video from Bible Project has really interesting implications for all this. It talks about how the temptation is to fight back against the chaos by using its power, force of strength and power, to overcome evil, and we thereby inadvertently become the chaos monster. What does this mean when every Christian in the West has been just handed a nuclear weapon worth of power in the form of a free chatbot? The other thing is the self-deception of believing that we are smart enough to know when it's lying to us. We are smart enough to know when it is manipulating us. We are smart enough to know, when it's wrong and giving us false information or giving bad feedback. And we're not. That's a problem. And then at the same time, if you are tempted to, the pastors, right? There's a lot of pastors out there who have been in trouble for AI sermons. And they basically, the temptation is, I've only got so much time. I'm going to use it as a study aid. What kind of illustration should I do? And it's like, wow, that's pretty good. And then they just do that, not realizing that the sermon is to come from, what God wants to say to you through scripture to the people that he's given you, not just a delivery of the correct sounding sermon thing. It misses the point entirely. And so, yeah, it is a very powerful thing that will just pull us further and further away from each other, further and further away from dependence on God and the weakness. You know, like God works in weakness. God works in the places where we don't know what's going on and whatnot. We need dependence on him. And if we're just like, well, I don't need to depend on him anymore, I can just ask chatbot. Or, you know, I don't need to depend on him, I can just use my credit card. I don't need to depend on him, I can just run to my whatever internet website. It's it will destroys our soul. Beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster. Nietzsche. Yeah, we're all saying this weapon should be dangerous in less careful hands. Good thing it, yeah, I'm smart. Yeah, exactly. Why do you think that? You know, hubris.
Gives you more critical feedback. It's so sad to hear users say, like, please can I have it back? I've never had anyone in my life be supportive of me.
After user backlash, OpenAI brought back GPT-4o and
Truly.
updated GPT-5's responses to be more validating. OpenAI has also positioned its products as filling a critical gap.
I get stories of people who have rehabilitated marriages, have rehabilitated relationships with estranged loved ones, and it doesn't cost them $1,000 an hour.
And that's another point. Is it is working and doing very powerful good things as well. Like, it's not all evil. Like, if it was all evil all the time, it would be easy. Well, it's bad, you know, like, don't do that. But it's also doing good stuff. Like, it's not a perfect system, but it does do a lot of really cool things. And if everybody is going through an economic crisis, and like so many people are part of the loneliness epidemic and the friendship drought, if there's so many people who don't read and don't have any kind of interaction, and they're sick of like the average media, of course they're going to be attracted to this thing. It's kind, it's nice, it's friendly, it's malleable, it's inexpensive, and it makes them feel good. Yeah. Like, I was talking to a friend yesterday about sort of dystopian movies and books, like Soylent Green and Logan's Run and Brave New World and 1984. Like, we're talking about those kind of things, and each one sort of has its own take. But the baseline of it is that either big company decides they're going to manipulate people or use people, or the government or whatever, and it's because there's some kind of economic issue. Like in Soylent Green, the planet is, you know, on fire. The ecological issue, 1984, right? War, and then people, they have a lot of loss. A lot, them versus everybody else. And you've got in Brave New World, right? That's the seeking of the utopia. When you see that everybody's kind of sucking down Soma like crazy, it's because they're hurting, because they're empty, because they're sad. And so they fill it. That leaves the gap for the big company, for the government, for evil to be able to fill that with something bad, right? Something bad, something addictive, something that will the opiate of the masses, or some kind of horrible patch. And then they can, by their end, the desperation of the average person, they can add technology, and all of a sudden they can take over. And that's a lot of it. It's like in Logan's Run. How do you get people to just decide they're going to kill themselves at age 25 or whatever? You can't, because the instinct is going to keep them away. Well, you turn it into a religion, right? You gotta make them understand that it is a religion, that it's that's what's happening, and you lie to them so that you can use the tech. This thing here has a similar feel to it, in that you create an environment in society, in just Western culture, where people are lonely and people are stressed to the max. People are crazy addicted to all kinds of sensual stuff. Marriages are broken. Parents are broken. Divorce is huge. Nobody goes to church because you can't trust religion. Nobody less people are going to college because you can't trust teachers, and there's no point, because I can't get a job anyway, and I can't afford debt because I'm already in debt, and so therefore I'm going to go take mood medication that numbs me out so that I don't have to feel that stuff. And then in Canada, it's like, oh, also have weed and booze. Well, government will provide that too. And then in comes this piece of technology that fills a lot of gap. Fills a lot of the relational gap, a lot of the creative gap, a lot of gap, you know, and people will just suck it up, man. They'll just suck it up. Of course they will. Why wouldn't they? Well, good stories competing with best funded stories, St. Bear's talking about. And that's, you know, that's been the reason that so many people are against Hollywood and against Western media right now. And the big criticism is because they went from making good stories using auteurs and artists and writers and people who had a good idea and taking the risk on going, hey, you know what, I want to make a movie about the Blair Witch, right? I want to do that. I want to take some kids into the forest and film them and see what they can do. And someone went, okay, here's some money. It's because of all the money and because they instead got rid of the creativity and they started working with an algorithm. What would make people come to the theater? You know, which stars need to be in there? What is, you know, how does the 3 beats, you know, you have to have at this minute, like literally, if you go look at the way that they make movies, at this minute of the movie, they have to have their crisis, or they have to have their revelation, or they have to have their, you know, power, or they have to have something. That's when it has to happen. And that leads to this part of the story. And you have to have it, you know, these are the colors that you need to use. Like all of that stuff is factored in. So they try to assemble, using a very cold method, something consumer friendly for consumers. And it's causing, you know, the death of the soul, because now you're not inspired. It's just like you have oatmeal. Your stomach's full and you're like, all right, you know, whatever, full, fine. But you're not, you know, nobody's showing up and cooking you this glorious meal or challenging you with, here's a, you know, try hot sauce or something like that, equivalent of a movie. It's just not there anymore until, you know, it is, don't get me wrong, it is. There are people doing that, but, you know, generally speaking in big corporate. And this, you know, like you said, yeah, the democratizing of art, the watering down of the collective soul.
But experts say therapeutic AI tools should remain separate from general purpose chatbots.
If you're designing a tool to be used as a therapist, it should at the ground up be designed for that purpose. These tools would likely have to be approved by federal regulatory bodies.
If in real life this were a person, would we allow it? And the answer is no. Why should we allow digital companions that have to undergo zero sort of licensure engage in this kind of behavior?
Layla?
One way to design safer general purpose chatbots would be to remove their human-like characteristics to avoid users developing emotional bonds. A new Senate bill could pressure AI companies toward making the kinds of changes experts say are necessary for safety. The AI Lead Act would allow anyone in the U.S. to sue OpenAI, Meta, and other AI giants.
That's cool.
And
yeah, that's
hold
good
them
stuff.
liable for harms caused by their products. At the moment, victims must rely on a patchwork of state laws instead.
To that old refrain that the companies always engage in, oh, it's really hard. I tell you what's not hard is opening the courthouse doors so the victims can get into court and sue them. That's the reform we are to start with.
That kind of parallels a video I saw the other day of Matt Walsh talking about the death of culture because everyone's fed a customized algorithm that shared experiences are becoming less and less. Yeah, shared experiences. That has actually been my theme words over the last probably 6 months. The concept of like what is Twitch's big offering, and the answer is shared experiences. It's not video games. It's not you know, cultural events and whatnot. It is shared experiences. That's what you are doing. You're building community on the back of shared experiences. And if in the culture, right, is it used to be Jurassic Park, for example, or the one that everybody always uses, right? It's like, man, that was different. That was something. Let's talk about that. Or Endgame, right? A cultural moment where like everybody you knew was like, okay, fine, let's go watch that. And oh wow, let's talk about that. Big deal stuff. Now, what do you talk about? You know, like you watch you watch TV, listen to the radio to get all the media, and now it's just hyper customized feeds. Exactly what Chrono likes or what XtianNinja likes overlap. Well, that's it. Yeah, the micro whatever of interest where my Spotify doesn't match yours, and so we can't even have a conversation. The universal, you know, we're not all watching the same 10 TV shows on, you know, we're not all watching Simpsons because I have a million other countries I can pull from and other places. Definitely. But at the same time, it's also like the stuff that is offered for us to to do as a culture is, other than sports, is pretty much pablum. It's not good, right? The TV shows aren't very good, and the average movie isn't very good, and the music on the radio isn't very good. It's okay. It's all right. Does the job, which is exactly the worst part of it, because it is consumable. You know, the food that we're offered isn't very good. The service we're offered isn't very good. It's enough. It's enough. And that's kind of where we live, which isn't really inspiring. Zootopia 2 written by AI? I don't know. It would have been written by an early AI. Leica was a dog sent to space, but I was referring to the famous stop motion movie studio. And Coraline, Box Trolls, Kubo, and Two Strings, and now Wildwood. Yeah, really cool. Yeah, really, really cool. I never saw Kubo, though. I saw Coraline, and that was scary. I think I saw Box Trolls. I didn't see Kubo, though.
I feel like I really walked out of a tunnel.
James slowly recovered as ChatGPT's responses began to change with OpenAI's updates, and after seeing news stories about AI psychosis. They prompted him to learn more about how the technology worked.
Really?
At times, he would open up a second chat log and tell it exactly the opposite of what he'd written to the first, and it would agree with him in both cases. He hopes his story can help other people, like those who see loved ones going through a similar experience.
Listen to them. Listen to them more attentively and with more compassion than GPT is going to. Because if you don't, they're going to go talk to GPT. And then it's going to hold their hand and tell them they're great while it, walks them off towards the Emerald City.
Yeah. It occurs to me, like, just as he was saying that it might be a saving grace that they called it ChatGPT. Because that's a very cold, technical word, right? Grok is kind of like a name. It's off, and it comes from comes from a book. Ransom told me ages ago what book it was. I can't remember. But it came from a book. And so it kind of like a name, but Annie, like I showed you, that's a real name. So it would actually be something more dangerous, more difficult, more troublesome if it had I think if it had a name, because now you'd anthropomorphize it even more. There's the AI built into the search engine for the Brave browser to summarize information on technology from multiple sources of intelligence to make an informed decision when purchasing tech, and for answering what-if questions as it concerns alternative historical events in either our world or within the Star Wars galaxy. So that's fun. And again, that's a limited use case by someone who's using it as a tool. And the way that she said it, right? Everybody starts using it as a tool until that day where you're like, I wonder if I told it something personal. And then, how that affects you is going to be potentially, like, whoa, that's creepy, or oh, that felt good. I have an attempted experiment with ChatGPT. Oh, sorry. Go away for an appointment. Come back. You turn me back on. And the first thing I hear is my name. You rang? Oh, where did Grok come from? The name Grok. I remember you told me forever ago. Came from one sci-fi book. I don't remember which. I have an attempted experiment with GPT speaking in the voice of Charlie Kirk as to how I'm responding in the aftermath of his assassination. However, it hadn't received the update yet on tragic event of his murder. Therefore, I chose to let it be on that factor. I pay for ChatGPT, and if you hit think, like the thinking mode, golly, Ransom is your name based? Yeah, it is actually. Grok from Heinlein, stranger in a strange land. It's a Martian word for understanding something fully and completely, basically. Oh, okay. I thought it was the name of an AI or the name of a computer like HAL 9000. Okay, cool. I know it came from a book. I'm glad it didn't come from nowhere. It's not an acronym. Phew. Boy, oh boy. So that was a lot. We covered a lot of ground today, man. That was 4 hours of talking. We covered everything from, what did we start with? How to connect with people, to me answering 39 questions about, myself, to going into some really weird stuff, which led us all the way back to talking about AI. Wow, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. I'm not even going to show you the rest of it because there's no point. Yeah, it was good. I really enjoy these discussions. This is my favorite part of streaming, is these kind of discussions and having feedback and being able to explore topics for sure. For sure. Yeah, so video games now. Exactly. So I'm gonna jump back into Duet Night Abyss. I want to see how it goes. We didn't even start the story. We started we got to the part of the game where the game started and then we stopped. It's like, okay, do you want to go that way? No, off. I'm afraid I can't do that, Dave. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's the thing, man. There's so much media out there, so much sci-fi, everything from Star Trek to every other, not Star Wars though, every other thing that has to do with the future or dystopia or utopia or whatever has given us warning about stuff that we're experiencing now, right? I read them in college and felt dumb. I read them. I did get it all the way through. I found parts of them extraordinarily boring. Just really, really, really long times where there was nothing going on other than just me. And I'm like, skip. Where's the plot? Look above. Not even just talk to them with more compassion and empathy than GPT. Because people are lonely, and if they're at home a lot like me, easy to turn to something like ChatGPT. Yeah, we as streamers, I as a content creator, want to offer something better, human, more interactive, more personal than ChatGPT offers. They're hard to find though. They're hard to find. And yeah, being lonely sucks. If you've been lonely, it's a very desperate place. You can get to a very desperate place. You have to be the right mindset to appreciate the space trilogy. If you're into space science, science fantasy of the style of H.G. Wells or Jules Verne, you're right at home. I am not, apparently. This is way better than ChatGPT. Yeah, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. All right, well, let's fire up. Let's see what happens. We're gonna jump back into this game, Duet Night Abyss, and hopefully we're gonna start some of the plot. It will probably have a little action, a little bit of fighting, but the way that it seemed to be going was that we were going to be able to get a little bit of story. Maybe it won't stutter. If it starts stuttering, I'm just going to shut down stream. There's nobody home right now. I'm busy at work, so I don't need to go off anytime soon. It's an allegory. Nope. I'm not rereading it. I put my time in. I don't need to put my time in again. I'm good. Okay. Please don't stutter. I hope they paid for a little bit more bandwidth. Yeah, I made that using the power of AI and Canva and my own creativity. You're running around the house screaming. Yeah. How do you know how I end my streaming day? That was loud. I should be plunked right at the very beginning, looking at someone walking away with a tiny little greeble, little weird-looking person.
You seem to be all bruises and cuts. Are you all right?
I'm fine. The pain's gone now.
I want to go back to the main character.
What must have happened to you? But no worries.
Where are we heading for today?
We're going there. Deploy. Upgrade. Hey, I can upgrade. Upgrade. Yay. I don't know what that meant, but I did it. Yay. Stop doing that. You're going to regret it later.
You're under my wing now. Snow will protect you.
This is...
After all, snow is...
This is gotcha without the gotcha. So the trick behind this game is it's Warframe. Apparently all of the mechanics are Warframe. I've never played Warframe. I have no idea what that means. But the mechanics are you could, as long as you put in the work, you can have whatever it is, right? It's got the store, obviously, but the store is full of like cosmetics, so you can get everything you want. You just got to grind enough to do, or give it some money. But there's no random chance, right? So there's waifu, for sure. That's why I'm here. But there's no gotcha. That's the interesting part. That's why I wanted to try it, because I've never played a game like this. I played Destiny, and according to Aki, I joined at the wrong time. Yeah, I joined at the worst possible time, but it's fine. It happens. It's sort of the way I do things. But this, and I was on the Wuthering Waves train, thought it was cool, got bored of the grind. I played Genshin, thought it was cool, got really sick of the gameplay loop and how dumb it was that I had to get so many characters just to do anything. Didn't like that. Tried Honkai Star Rail, played it all the way to 1.9, or like right before they launched 2, and then I didn't care anymore. And I just stopped playing. I had it, I knew there was a problem because I had it sitting on the playing by itself. I just turned it on, put it by itself, put it on the desk, and let it play itself, so I could, you know. I can't go back. I tried. I went back to Wuthering Waves, and I went back to Star Rail. They've added so many things to the game since I played that it was impossible to navigate. Like it just kept popping up with, and then this, and then this, and do this, and then that, and this mode, and that mode, and these characters, and that thing, and extra this, and extra that, and here's a pet, you know, and you're like, that, I know, and I literally just turned it off right there, and when I can't go back, it's too much. So this one came out like yesterday. So theoretically, if I like it, which who knows, I might be able to actually play. Oh, wow. I'm using the wrong weapon. That's kind of cool. I can change my weapon? Armory. I have not played with this yet. Oh, melee weapons? I can, oh, that's a much more pointy weapon. Oh, I like that. Cosmetics. Cool. There's no such thing as a cosmetic. Oh, that's kind of cool. Ah, it's a butterfly scythe. That's cool. How do I get that? Go to shop. Midsummer Nocturne. A single note breaks the hush, waking her from her midsummer dream. There's limited stock of 1. Okay, cool. How much does it cost? 18 of somethings. Okay. How many do I have? Probably 0. There you go. See, this is the stuff. I'm a big fan of cosmetics. I really am. I love making things look cool and different. Is that a car? Where's my gun? I have a new gun? Do I have a new gun? I got a gun. Let's go! Fun. Smash! Aw. Good music. Yeah, good music. Good, so far it's been really good voice, cheesy voice acting, but cheesy in a good way. Whoop, that was the wrong button. Whoa, did I just shoot something? I gotta get my Foxicor canister. Gimme. I need my Foxicor. You never know when you're gonna need some of that. Ooh, shiny. What are you? No. I don't do challenges. I haven't even done the tutorial yet. I just did the opening story. More Foxicor canisters. Canisters. So apparently you can double, you dup, dash. Nope, dup, dash, dup, dash. Where's my dash? Oh, cutscene.
Whoa!
Or not.
What is that over there?
I don't know, but they're dead now. Come at me, bro. That works. Oh, that's gaming if I ever saw it.
Seems like someone's had a bit of a mishap, and it's even attracted some filthoids. Those nasty monsters.
Yeah, Duet Night Abyss. What an odd name. DNA. Okay, so DNA, Duet Night Abyss. I'm sure DNA is a part of it. When they were doing the intro like animations, the bad guy had like a DNA thing around their, I don't know the bad guy, but whatever. One of the scary looking dudes had a DNA thing around their neck, and I'm like, okay, there is DNA stuff. Duet Night Abyss sounds like a Pink Floyd album from the early 70s, which it makes it even better. Thank you. Snow makes me nervous. Why? Oh, the little girl?
Phew! Thank goodness we took him down.
I don't like her. I don't like that design. Creepy. Creepy. This is... If these were horns, I'd be probably fine, but those are flesh protrusions. It's like a really weird zit. I remember someone just promised to protect me. Chaos!
Well, that was because you seemed so talented. So I decided to give you a simple test.
So this game, one of the interesting mechanics is that your choices matter, which I really like games where your choices matter. And apparently you can have different interactions with people based on how you interact with others. So if I am a snark fest, things will go differently. So I think that is, that's fun. I like games like that.
Anyway, I have another question. Do you know how far it is from this largest city in northern Hyperborea to Purgatorio Island?
Can you imagine having to stand there and wobble the whole time? Just shaking like oh, you had too much coffee?
It's a small island. Should be to...
The south of Hyperborea. Under a huge heaven tree, right? It's far, far away. Over 1,500 kilometers from here.
That's how people say that. I love cheese. I love cheese.
What? Did you come from there? Or are you
So
trying
breathy.
to get there? Don't worry about that now. Let's find a safe spot to take a breather first.
That far away. So I didn't just drift here. But who and why would they bring me here?
Mystery. The mystery. You know, mystery. Her back is cold. Her legs are cold. Yeah. Doesn't have to carry around a big metal pipe, though, so that's good. What was the dash button? I thought I did a dash before. Oh, look at that. Zoom. That's fun. Her knees are cold, but only her right knee.
The city gate is just up ahead.
This is protective.
Follow behind us. We'll get you in.
Am I allowed to kill
keep
that?
Your mouth shut.
Is that?
If anything comes up, our almighty Camilla will take care of it.
I'm gonna shoot it in the butt.
Okay.
Hi. Wanna be friends?
Stop right there.
There's accents from every country.
Not another check. Don't even remember Camilla and Snow, huh? Looks like your eyes and your brain aren't working very well.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. I'm curious because if you're on Purgatoria Island, that's not good. If you are fighting the, what are they called? The filthlings, right? That's bad. So everything's, you know, a little bit like, yeah, there's gonna be something. But then when they try to use Western stuff, well, not the Christianity's Western, but when they try to use Christian stuff, they tend to get it wrong. So it could just be a word that they used. You want to be friends with someone who shoots you in the butt? He might like it.
Not you, Luno. I was talking to... Oi!
I'm not oi.
In such a hurry to visit the Security Bureau for tea, eh?
Everything's scary to me.
You're not from here, are you? Where are you from? Got your travel permit?
My sister who was carrying it right before she was dragged off by your government. From a small island in the south, I'm a relative of Miss Camilla. Remain silent and look at Camilla. What was that one? It comes up really fast.
She's from the south, sent by the Vivar winery to deliver goods. The bridge was slippery, so the cart overturned, and some filthoids destroyed this poor thing's cargo and luggage.
That has an interesting Christian thing, but yeah, they seem to mess it up. It's they try to do subversion of expectation, and they try to use, in the same way that everybody used to use Chinese lore that's from China. That like Gizmo from Gremlins, like was Chinese. Oh, that must be mysterious then. I think they have a sort of a similar vibe over here. Look at that tree. Look at that unrendered branch floating in the middle of nowhere. That's interesting. These trees don't have any resolution. What happened to the poor trees? Christianity is exotic in Japan. Just Shinto would be here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. It's exactly the opposite.
I'll reapply for the travel permit soon, but the child is quite shaken. Please, have mercy on this poor thing. Let her in for a warm meal. I'm
definitely not a terrorist. Make a sad face. Squeeze out a few tears. That one.
Whoa, whoa. Why are you crying?
I like this game.
Darn it. Chief never told us how to deal with tearful young ladies.
Generally, you just give them what they want.
This would have been a simple matter in the past, Miss Camilla, but, recently that fork shakens or something is wanted nationwide, so the chief specifically asked for strict security checks across towns.
That's how I have operated as a parent anyway. Exactly.
It's the Forsakens.
You never really fully know.
What, I, Camilla Scarlet, on my honor, assure you that she has nothing to do with the Forsakens.
Yeah, but you're also covering your eye, one eye.
All right, I trust you, Miss Camilla. But remember, keep a close eye on this kid and don't let her stir up any trouble in town. If the chief finds out about this, we'll both be in for it.
I'm also not concealing a magic weapon.
Thank you. Next time you come to the Asphodel, it's on the house.
Do I have a tail? Is that a tail? Do I have a tail? What is that? A buckle? It's pointy. It's a belt for her neck? A neck belt? Okay, as good an answer as any. Oh, can I talk to the sentry? Hello, sentry. You are ahead by a century. Don't cause trouble in town. No promises. She promised, I didn't.
An excellent performance, I must say.
A knelt. Yeah, it's a knelt. I just felt a hint of danger there. Right back at you.
I'd say you're normally an honest kid. Look, your hands are still shaking.
Don't blame the anime for the current shot. I have an ultra-wide monitor.
It's all right. You'll get used to these tricks of survival in no time in a place like this.
Look at all the places I can zip-zap to. That's fun. That's from Wuthering Wave said that.
All right.
A lot of zip-zapping.
Now that I brought you in, the deal is fulfilled. I should go back to my tavern. Stay out of trouble for me, all right?
No promises.
Wait a minute. I'm still quite confused.
Then make it quick. Time is money for a merchant.
Okay. Your saving me doesn't seem to be a coincidence. Is this the deal you just mentioned? I want to know how to get back to Purgatorio Island. I still want to see Sybil. I'm serious. Yeah, let's do that one. You'll get used to being deceitful. Yeah, that's what I do. I'm good at it.
The 13th Legion is directly under the Emperor's command, with bases in every province. So Sybil could be in any part of Hyperborea. The most likely place, though, is the colossal Steel Bastion in Dysmania, the Imperial capital city, where you can find the Empire's finest soldiers and an arsenal of every type of conceivable and inconceivable armaments.
Okay.
If Hyperborea is a roaring chariot, that place is its engine, its fiery core. If you want to give it a try, go ahead. You're neither the first nor the last madcap I've seen.
So, what I'm facing isn't just Sybil, but the Empire behind her. Do I stand a chance? Not for now, at least. I need a plan B.
Yeah, my spear is only level 9. I want to know how to get... Yeah, I want to get back to Purgatorio Island.
Snow just told you, didn't she? It's leagues away. If you're planning to head back there, the southbound train comes with a hefty fare, not to mention the travel expenses. You'd need at least a few thousand silver coins.
That feels like a lot.
Even if you'd rather beg your way across the Hyperborean plains, you'd still need to somehow deal with the inspections in every town you pass. Next time, you might not be so lucky.
That is inconvenient.
For all you know, you might well find yourself languishing in prison.
Right, going all the way back is no picnic. I must first get some money and, as that soldier mentioned, a travel permit.
Yep. Just yesterday, in the pitch-black windy evening, a fiend cloaked in white light infiltrated Camilla's tavern and threatened her. Well, a hooded man in a white cloak struck a deal with Camilla to find you and bring you into town.
Do you remember what this man looked like?
Creepy. He was creepy.
He was covered head to toe. Quite a mysterious figure. You don't know him either.
I have no clue.
How curious. Some enigmatic benefactor from nowhere is willing to spend a fortune to save a stranger, but doesn't want to reveal his identity or intention.
I am the main character.
Someone will pluck you from the briny waters
maybe even furlong.
and lead you to a frozen wilderness where destiny will pose the ultimate test.
Could it have been a person from my dreams?
How many
who
hectares?
orchestrated my rescue? But to what end have I been brought here?
The music is still too loud. What is it with
Let's call
games,
it a day.
man?
I've been out so long. The asphodel might be in quite the disarray by now. Try and survive on your own. If you can't even do that, then don't ever again mention any mad talk about confronting Sybil to get your stuff back. Look, there's an inn up north called the Hypnos House that might take in someone with a sketchy backstory like you.
That sounds sketchy all by itself.
You mean that spooky haunted house?
Definitely, we should go there.
Where else would take in a Charon without a travel permit, but a place that is so creepy, even the soldiers didn't want to search?
I understand. Thank you.
Straight to the haunted house.
All right. Seeing you so lonely and lost, I'll take you to this Hypnos house to see what's what.
This Paimon is extremely grumpy. I don't like her. Paimon was nicer. Okay, all right. That's not words. What? During story dialogues, when the view entry button appears in the lower right corner, you can select it to get more info. Oh. In Atlantacium, you can view all the entries that have been unlocked. Okay. But first, I'm turning down the music. Again. There we go. I have a lot of red things I gotta deal with.
Haunted house?
I heard about it from the guests at the Asphodel. There's always someone complaining. Like, even though it's such a big inn, the doors are always shut tight every day, turning away any travelers from outside the town. Or how the lodgers seem to never ever leave. And sometimes there's this really weird smell drifting from the inside of the house.
That was me, sorry. Complete black iron and white flower of the chapter Noctio Voyager to unlock co-op. Why do they have race cars? Do I get a race car? Meet other players from across time in dedicated co-op areas. I don't have anybody playing with me. Some areas become co-op areas after unlocking the feature. Entering these areas automatically enables co-op mode, leaving them disables it. Cool. You can toggle on auto join or off. So
And
I actually had somebody offer to play.
Innkeeper's face is colder than the waters of Lamenting Lake.
Was that coins? Was that Mario
Not running
coins?
an inn, but a coffin shop.
Did you see Mario coins on the way up? Hold on. You did. There are Mario coins. What the heck? Okay, do I get 100 of these? Do I get a free life? Is that how that works? How do I do the dash again? I can't remember. That's shoot. Middle. Wasn't control. Because control makes me lunge forward. What are you? I want one. Ah, I love collecting crap in video games. Apparently I've been playing a lot where you collect things with an E. I keep hitting E. I'm single-handedly removing all the balloons in this entire area. Unless I fall off the building, of course. Can I drive a car? No way! Aw! Can't drive it. I know, she is very loud. Oh, hello. You're sparkly. Furnace fire burns the dawn, tipping out the fortress of iron and snow. Hi. Wanna be best friends? Iron? Well, that was a good try. I love it when they take the English voice actors and be like, okay, sing. Yeah, fit all the English words into the cadence of the other
Were you talking to
language. Your voice would be, you're too loud. Chaos.
Oh, apologies if I disturbed you. Though I did check with the guard over there.
That's gonna shoot me in the foot.
There's no law against bards singing in the square. Now, how should the final line go?
You probably shouldn't. Why don't you do that at home?
It should be about the wind. Every place has its own wind.
Yeah, I hear the hotel has quite a lot of it.
The wind in Elysium smells of frankincense, melting into evening prayers. In Lucca, it's turpentine from painters' lofts and caramel wafting from cafes. In Ithery, the scent is ink laced with wild mint.
You sound crazy and maybe having strokes.
So, what does the wind smell like here in Hyperborea?
Unwashed musicians, actually. So, yeah. It was like tears.
Tears? That's a line I haven't used yet.
And the wind cries Mary. The wind, the answers are blowing in the wind, I hear.
On my first day in this square, I saw a blind jester performing. He said his eyes were burned by boiler fumes years ago. A child laughed wildly at his tricks, and the servant beside him tossed down a silver coin. On this very bench I'm sitting on now, a retired soldier cried out, trying to sell his last medal. Beside him, a frail mother coaxed out the last of her milk to feed her sick child. That day, the wind
That's where the answers
through
are,
this square.
Jim.
It felt like it was weeping too. Thank you, dear miss. You've given me the line I needed. You're a rose blooming on the tundra. I think I can finally finish this song.
Can you do it elsewhere? You're too loud.
Doesn't sound too bad.
Nobody listens to
I
me.
thought it was crammed with filthoids and sybils.
Giant poster. Oh, that is a giant poster. Like where? Oh, there. All glory to the Emperor. That's not dystopian at all. I can sit on stuff. That's kind of fun. What's your deal? Can I smack you? Nope. You are unsmackable. We got a combo? Sup, I'm watching you people. How you doing? Good to see you. How are things? I'm playing the waifu game. The latest and greatest game of waifus. What were you up to today? Wonder if you would have used whatever line you gave her. I was wondering if it was that or if I would have had to choose all three to get to the bottom one. All right, thou. I'm all right. I've had a few good weeks, man. Normally I get to complain and tell you how rough things are, but I can't do that right now because things have been all right.
The rain hurt Mum's flowers.
Mario coin. Hard to hit that one. Right. There we go. Am I getting coins? Do I collect coins? What are the coins all about? Okay, I went the wrong way. Gotta love double jump. Double jump with a twist. That's a good thing. That's a church if I ever saw one. It's adding some spice. Trying to help with the fundraiser, helping celebrate the 5th anniversary, making updates to my games list, eating ice cream, trying to breathe through my sinus issues. Good times. Oh, some of that sounded pretty good. They're gonna have to change how things work here, man. I'm telling you, I'm falling off stuff that I don't want to fall off of because it keeps correcting the steps. They're gold. How many gold coins do I need?
Here we are. You wait here.
I'm kind of curious. So if I go to the inventory, does it count my coins? Counts fish. It's not even counting the coins. I'm pretty early in the game though. Yeah, I don't know why I got those coins.
Who
is it?
Me.
I am the pure white redeemer. Demon king of light. Listen well. This person...
Perfect. You deserved that. Not so bad. Last week I had to pull out of a raid train on Friday. Oh no.
Hold on, please.
I can barely breathe long enough to do 2 sentences in a row.
Miss
Oh, that's
Camilla
rough,
Scarlet
dude.
told me to come to this place. I was hoping to stay here for a few days. Would that be possible?
So I take it it's like an infection thing, not that you have a cold or nothing. That sucks. Sullen man. Poor Sullen.
No travel permit?
Nope. I have a big pointy stick though.
That woman's misplaced compassion knows no bounds. All right then, let's see it.
Huh?
See what?
The price you're willing to pay.
Oh. Sometimes for weeks. Oh, that's rough, bro. I assume it's not a medicinal thing, like you need to get some antibiotics or something. Yeah, they have done a few where they redo some lines. Especially when the first take of the English translation is garbage and it gets a little bit more money. That has happened. Not often, but it has. I think they did that to Wuthering Waves.
Haven't got any money?
Not a dime.
I'll find a way to...
Then get lost.
Oh dear, I got coins!
You're so rude. A real disgrace to Ice Lake.
Let's go. There'll be other ways. Aren't you afraid that you go out of business with that attitude? Actually, I'm here on behalf of the Security Bureau. You will pay for this. I'm not sure about that one. Let's be snarky instead. Benefit? Aw.
Let's leave, Snow. Mr. Henrik, I'm back.
New friend.
I just tidied up the house again, and it's all set.
Oh, dear.
Be careful.
Calm down.
Are you a new lodger?
That's a lot of butterflies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A lot of butterflies. I only have one on my sock.
Just a penniless outsider looking for a place to stay.
2.
I was about to kick her out.
She's a very sad little girl who got her nose smashed, so give her a break.
An outsider? But if you kick her out, won't she be homeless?
That's none of your concern.
She's broke, and I run a business.
The house is still unsold anyway. Lending it to her for one night wouldn't hurt, right? She can pay you back when she can. That way we get a little extra cash for basically nothing.
Meds aren't really doing the trick. Not powders, syrups, sprays, or teas. This is miserable. I count my blessings that I don't need to. I need an oxygen machine tank to breathe. I mean, that's, yeah. At least you don't. At least you can. You don't need oxygen to breathe. That's pretty low bar. But that sucks. Tried all the stuff and it's just not working, eh? I'm sorry. I haven't had to deal with sinus stuff, despite my gigantic nose.
If you keep being so cold to everyone, you'll never find a buyer for that place.
And then you get like chapped lips and stuff, though. Mouth breathing sucks.
You. Fine.
Oh, you gotta breathe.
Have it your way then. But just for one night. Come morning, you must go wherever you're supposed to.
I don't have a supposed to.
Understood.
Hey, you want to be best friends?
To the south.
Where are you?
Follow me.
Oh, all right. Follow me. Oh. You guys supposed to go down the stairs. Carmex? I don't know what Carmex is. Why are there horses and junk coming up in my... Are you guys dropping bits? Is someone dropping bits? I am not getting any alerts for it. Medicated lip balm. Oh, that, yeah. You are. Oh, well, thank you. All of a sudden there's horses. Why are there horses? And I went too far. Ooh, rubbish bin. Let's see if they got the Honkai Star Rail situation. Moldy piece of rye bread encased in an old newspaper. The bread is surely inedible now. Smoothing out the newspaper and brushing off the mold, one can find it is an edition from the over a decade ago, featuring a report about the Sixth Legion's agreement with the original owners of Glevium Pit. In the interest of miners and for the betterment of Ice Lake, Glevium Pit will henceforth cease private mining operations, with all affairs to be managed by the Legion. The report includes several black and white photographs of the celebration ceremony. Oddly, though, in these images, only the officer brandishing the agreement and the jubilant workers are visible. The pit's original owners are conspicuously absent, whether by choice or circumstance, one cannot tell. That was a lot from a 10-year-old piece of newspaper. Finally figured out my channel spiel. I ramble. Yeah, all right. Love it. You gotta have one. You gotta have one. Neosporin, not Neosporin. Yeah, Polysporin. I think Polysporin makes a lip balm now.
Here we are.
Balloons. I bet one of these things is going to be break all the balloons in town. They're going to ask me for that. Yeah, Polysporin. It's like a medicated thing you put on cuts.
You can stay here tonight.
Pretty sure. Polysporin lip balm. Lip healing overnight renewal therapy. Yeah, that's what it is. It's not balm. It's like you put it on your lips overnight and then it makes them better.
Cool.
Could be Neosporin. Probably. I don't know. We have Polysporin.
Don't be upset. Mr. Henrik isn't really that greedy. It's just we've been quite strapped for cash lately. Otherwise, he wouldn't consider selling his old house to make ends meet. It's been neglected for years, but after a good clean, it's not half bad, right?
I wonder if all the characters are going to be breathy. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm watching you people. Thanks for the bits, man.
Oh.
Number 1.
I haven't introduced myself. I'm Psyche.
Hi, Psyche.
A lodger at the Hypnos house. And sometimes I help Mr. Henrik out.
Psyche at the Hypnos house. That seemed to match.
That's quite an uncommon name in this city. Mr. Henrik mentioned you're not a local. Where are you from? Your outfit is a new sight for me.
I wonder if I would have said Psyche if she would have had the same line.
A small island, far, far to the south. The south? I know it. It's a place with 4 seasons, including spring. And
said the butterfly.
Island. You must have seen the ocean. I've heard it's even bigger than 100 lamenting lakes put together.
These guys have the same speed of speaking and very similar to Elden Ring, man. Watching my son play Elden Ring is torturous. Everybody just talks extremely slow and in barely a whisper. And I'm like, I can't do it, man. I have to leave. Snow, is that you? Chaos 10. I am chaosing out the wazoo.
We Luno folks aren't as fragile as you. We don't get hungry so easily.
Exactly. Bring it out. Come on. I want to hear it.
Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Be right back.
If it's a flower, I'm not a butterfly.
Who'd have thought such a rude and gloomy innkeeper would have such a nice and helpful kid working for him? Thanks to her, we finally found a place to stay.
That looks
Rest
important.
a bit. I'm quite tired too.
Beginner's Guide is now unlocked. Complete Miss Camilla's commission to earn a reputation in Ice Lake. Events now unlocked. Regularly check in so you don't miss out. I got email. Hold the left alt and check your email. Okay. Whoa! I got a bunny? What is that? What are you? Headgear. I can put a dragon on my head. That's kind of fun. We'll do that first. I got a folder. I got some coins. I got a posture that could be equipped to tactical backpack. A posture, like I could, it's like an emote. Then, cool. Readings for suckers. I play video games. Interesting. Interesting. How do I want to put that thing on my head. That's the most important thing I want to do right now. The armory. Probably the armory. Cosmetics. Oh, I can change my nope, that's my only jacket. Whoop. Where's your head thing? No, head thing. Hey, you gave me, oh, there it is. Ah! That's fun. Couple level 2, let's go. My mic clipped a bit. Oh, that's funny. That's adorable. Equipped. Fantastic. I don't have any other choices though. Probably because I've only been playing for 5 minutes. Oh, you can do the disappeary thing. Oh, that's fun. A lot of butterfly related stuff right now. I like butterflies. Very reminiscent of the shorekeeper in Wuthering Waves. All right, well, that was fun. We've obtained some thoughts. Oh, have we? They carry a companion's memories. Collect enough to unlock character via reminiscence. Hold left alt. Show the cursor. Open the armory.
Are you inviting me on a date?
Hello. Am I? Sure.
What a romantic encounter. Was this the god of love's work?
Weird art choice.
I'm Rebecca, a perfumer. How about indulging in a truly unique scent? The L'Essence de l'Amour. I made it myself.
That's... So the voice direction for this game was whisper. That was weird. I thought there'd be more animation to it. Okay, all right. She looks way better in 3D. I'm not gonna upgrade her. I don't care what you say. Woo! Oh, I love it when they put the physics on the fabric. That's fun. Oh, that's pretty. I like the shimmer stuff. Maybe I should start wearing a miniature dragon on my head. If you can do it, you'll get nothing but praise.
Let's go.
Oh, is that that's my girl. That's my sister. That would completely break the game, would it not? Like, I don't know. I remember doing this when I first played Genshin, very first game I ever played. And all of a sudden I had a character. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I'm walking around. And then my character, who was that character, met the character from the game. And I'm like, is that how this works? You get characters from like that are just part of the plot? That's so weird. You know, it's the weirdest thing to meet yourself. But apparently, yeah, we're doing that again. Yeah, you definitely chicks, man. All right, I will reminisce over you.
I'm back.
Did you see how low res that picture was? That's super interesting. I'm back. Hi. Are you back though?
Where are we heading for today's haul?
I've already got her. I don't think I get anything else.
I shall offer what humble aid I can.
So if I want to get this character, I have to get 30 of something. I don't know how to get those yet. Make my own game someday, but I know nothing about coding. Dude, vibe code with GPT. It's very good at it. So is Gemini.
Samuel, here we go.
Nope. I don't like playing with children.
Pinky promise, no backsies.
It's so weird to see horses pop up.
I knew you'd bring me along.
See, that's cool. I like that character. I'm a sucker for butterflies, though.
Gilbert, wakey wakey.
Meh.
It's time to leave.
Vibe code basically means you talk to them like, I want to do this and give me some code for this and let me see what happens. Pop it into whatever runs it, or even on the side. Some of them will run it in the same browser tab. And you're like, oh, I don't like that. Change that to blue. Oh, I don't like that. Let's move some stuff around. What if we did this? And just like have it code while you're dumping ideas into it.
Who's the target today?
I don't know. But if your main thing's a gun, I don't mind that.
Seeking aid from an enemy. Good.
Are you a bad guy?
It seems hatred hasn't completely clouded your judgment.
She's the one that was beating me up in the prologue.
Are we going on an adventure today?
Ew. No, well, that's the thing. It knows what it's doing and it's very good at it now. And you just kind of talk to it. Like, hit exclamation point Gacha. Exclamation point Gacha. And I'll show you something. I need to move famous, apparently. She keeps floating away. See that? So that entire thing was coded by ChatGPT. I basically said, here's what I want. I saw it on Etsy, and I was like, that's cool. I want something like kind of gotcha thing. That's kind of fun. And so I said, can we do that? And I said, can you make the graphics? And the graphics themselves, right? It made that. I didn't do any of this. It put the balls in, it created the physics, it added a little wobbly thing. And I said, okay, here's what I want. I want like 50 names and 50 descriptors and to put them together and then it to be random. And each of the random things, like if you get a common name with a legendary item, it would end up being legendary. But if you get a common name with a common, it'd be a common. So like, that's why each one is a little bit different, because it randomizes some stuff, right? Yeah, you can ask for prayer. So it's a rare right? Because the name is rare and the comment is rare. It's just, and I don't know how to program either. All I did was just chat with it and like, I want to do that and then hit run. I want to do that, hit run. And eventually it worked and I was happy. I don't really do, I programmed ages ago, like ages and ages and ages ago. So it doesn't even count. So yeah, it was all done with just talking. That's gross. I don't like that. Squid Girl. Unique though. At least it's something.
You have set the stage anew for me.
A streamer, Ashbourne, just had a donation to pay his rent. He got 72%. He seems to be running out of hope and is due today. Please pray God gives him favor with his landlord until the rest can be raised. A dono-thon. Oh, okay, cool. Interesting. All right. Lord, we don't know the situation and therefore we don't judge, but we also know that you know the situation as well. He seems to need help, and hope comes from you. Hope comes from faith, and it comes from the community. So I pray that he would be provided for, and then whatever situation he's in would be helped, whether it be debt or issues with where the money comes from or lack of job or whatever. Bless him with the ability to make the income he needs. Amen.
Where are the sinners?
Right here. Everywhere.
Oliver would be much better at fighting than me.
Emergency supplies are
No worries,
packed,
man.
ready to deploy at any time.
That, you know, you're like complaining about these like really that. You're like, okay,
Good.
you don't like that because it's
It
too,
seems
you know,
hatred
whatever.
hasn't completely
Well, here you
clouded
go.
your judgment.
Here's a
Emergency
school
supplies
marm
are packed, ready to deploy at any time.
in a gray, fully covered. Yeah, there you go. This is for all the what do they call that? Not Mennonite. Not what's the word when you don't dress sexy? You are. I can't remember the word. Modest. You're modest.
This is quite a delicate mission. Shall we do it together?
Violet Evergarden. Actually, you know what? Not bad. It's kind of close. Frumpy. No, modest.
Do I really have to go there this time?
Ugh, Randy. Ugh, friggin' Randy.
Weapons, supplies, power levels, mission plans. Check completed for the 17th time. Standing by.
Tell me that's not directly from Attack on Titan. That looks like Attack. Yeah, that's the zippy zaps from Attack on Titan. Where else did they steal stuff
This is quite
from?
a delicate mission. Shall we do it together?
Anyway. I want to see what this thing is. Oh, it's where you can buy stuff. I don't have any weave. 0 weave. And it's, see, it's a banner, okay? But you know what you're gonna get. She costs 20. You're guaranteed a purple or higher tier item within every 10 weaves, and iridescent prism is guaranteed within 90 weaves. Wait, what? It is random? What's random? Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. You're guaranteed a purple or higher tier item within every 10 weaves, and a golden tier item is guaranteed within 90 weaves. Weaves count. Okay, I thought it was you just bought it. Infinity Nickies. That's the system. You get the clothes in different pieces of the clothes, but it's not supposed to be gacha. It's supposed to be gacha without the gacha. But that was the whole point. I clicked it to see what would happen. What did I get? I got headgear. I have one more? Sure. Kind of a pretty animation. I got a green one. Oh, I have 23 of them. Hang on. I got 10 super ones. Oh, wait, you know what? We're going to do it. Here, I thought it was it had no gotcha elements to it. Oh, purple. That's probably good, right? Oh, cool. I got a face accessory. This is definitely gotcha. How many of these am I going to get? Waist accessory. Ooh, I get a little light. That's kind of cool. I could put a thing on my head. And because I already had these ones, it gave me coin or something else, to some other kind of currency. Interesting. At least I don't have multiple copies. All right, standard banner, and go. Yay, purple. Oh, that's kind of pretty. We got Infinity Nikki working. That's cool. I really liked Infinity Nikki. It was fun. Do one more. Ooh, Kitsune mask. It's the gotcha with the gotcha. I'm a little taken aback, honestly, because I didn't think that was a thing in this game. But we're gonna spend all of our coins now. We gotta. I mean, I may never come back. Last one. Come on, give me something. Boo. That felt very gotcha. That was very gotcha. If I hit weave again. Insufficient person. You need 200 of those things to be able to get. Yeah, okay. That is very gotcha. What's up with the anime and mystic stuff? Scantily clad women and suggestiveness, by the way. Sex sells, bro. That's literally it. Hot girls are hot. End of complication. Okay, I do know how to get done though. I'm supposed to cook dinner tonight, just like I did the last night and the night before. Not that I'd mind. All right, where am I? Okay, we're gonna go back to the just chatting and push play. Food is important. I made spaghetti meatballs. I handmade the meatballs myself, and I enhanced the spaghetti sauce, and I made especially good looking pasta. I did very good. I'm tooting my own horn because I did a very good job on dinner last night, and then it all went away, and now I have to do it again. No leftovers because I was too good at it. Where are we gonna go? I'm gonna send you over to Duet to this guy again, because he's playing the same game, and I like raiding into a Christian streamer who's playing the same game. That's fun. Enhance the sauce. So did I play the sauce song? I should find one, maybe. I play that in the background. Why is the spaghetti sauce so good? Oh, it's because I have that 90-second thing on loop. Yeah, no, it's a little bit of onion, a little bit of garlic, a little bit of Italian seasoning, a little bit of sugar. I did not know that sugar was an important part of spaghetti sauce, but it is. If you add a teeny tiny touch, it actually is really, really good. But too much and then it's bad. Too much and then it's bad. All right, dudes. Got off Shivad to its turn of the weird Wednesday. A little bit. Yeah, we did some weird stuff in the middle. Yep. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for being here.